Welcome, everyone, to tonight's Midnight Ranting, Theism versus Atheism, which has a better moral foundation, where we see whose views hold up under the pressure and scrutiny of investigation. So come join us as we put the Bible up against the flying spaghetti monster.
Got the marinara sauce on the Bible.
A little bit of marinara. We're a skeptic channel, but after James and I finish our opening statements, we'll be opening up the floodgates, meaning that this will be an early open mic episode where anyone can come join us and say what's on their mind. We'll also give everyone the chance to have their own opening and closing statements, atheist, theist, or otherwise. So with that being said, theism versus atheism, which has a better moral foundation? Well, atheism doesn't really have a moral system. In essence, being an atheist means that if a gun was put to my head and someone said, "Is there a God?" I would say, no. I really don't know. It's hard to make moral proclamations on not knowing something. So while the theist will say that our morality has a base within God's nature itself, I can't comprehend what that statement even means. Instead, I'll quickly state what I think morality is. Morality seems to deal with the decisions and situations that conscious social agents can make. In this sense, we can look at it from a game theory perspective of zero-sum or cooperative. That is to say, there are games in which there are winners and losers, and there are games in which there can be multiple winners. An example of a moral zero-sum game would be stealing. For someone to win at the game of stealing, someone has to lose. However, if the goal is for everyone to complete a school project together, we could see ways in which all players could work together so everyone could win. So what is anchoring all of this down? So far as I can tell, biology. The game depends on the types of conscious creatures involved and their different anatomies. This may seem controversial to those who want to say morality is either objective or relative, but instead, I propose it's situational. When we deal with moral questions like murder or rape, we're talking, once again, about questions of biology. Rape, for example, is a violation of the sexual organs, the mind, and the body. However, if we were to remove sexual organs from the game, if sex or the instruments involved did not exist, then rape would not be available. We would still be left with all means of horrible other social situations. If all of us, all of the sudden, were to become immortal, doesn't that mean murder is off the table? In closing, we're never going to be able to say that something is 100% certainly good or evil. However, we're not blank moral slates. Instead, we have built-in metrics like kindness, empathy, and fairness that derive from our social situations as biological organisms. Thank you. All right. After James, we'll switch into our open mic format. When that happens, look for the link in chat to come join our Midnight Ranting live stream, or send me your questions, comments, or thoughts to be read on screen by tagging me at Amy Newman. After the show, we'll be heading over to Discord for some chillin'. Lastly, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that all button icon so you can get live reminders. And if you'd like to support the show, we offer some unique perks with the aim of creating more content at patreon.com/Amy Newman, including awesome Patreons like KO Champ and Oz from the Atheist Roundtable. Okay, so how are you, James? And, well, what do you think? Theism versus atheism? Which has a better moral foundation?
Well, thank you, Amy. That was a good introduction. So, of course, that's a good question, but theism, or, well, to say atheism, really doesn't have a moral foundation, because atheism is just not being convinced that a God exists. We don't know. Not most of us aren't dogmatic that there could possibly be no God. We just haven't seen any evidence that any particular gods exist, and everything seems to be operating as if there is no God. But theism does, however, have a moral foundation, but it's purely arbitrary. So in these discourses with these tends to be Christian, because that's who we almost always end up dialoguing with. But they like to put the question to atheists as to how do we know a particular bad thing is wrong, whereas they know because an old book says so. So that's pretty much the definition of arbitrary morality. It's a mindless morality. And we ran into this in this debate, which I think was a very good debate, when Skylar Fiction put the question, is taking human beings as plunder during a battle, is that moral, or could that be moral? And, well, I mean, it's hard for the Christian to say absolutely not, because that was what God told him to do in the Bible. Take the women, children, make the women have your babies, make the children work for you. It made sense from at the time, but nobody today would think that would be anything any moral creature would want to advocate for. And that's why I always advocate for, and I always preach the gospel of moral relativism. There is no absolute or even objective morality. Everything is purely opinion. That's all that it is. There's no way for something like that to be objective. You'd have to find like something in the universe, something innate or measurable that everybody could agree on, and there just isn't anything like that. So for me to look from my point of view, of course slavery was wrong. And if I were to take myself back in time 300 years, I would hope that I would be able to come to that same moral conclusion, but I don't know. Very few people did at the time. And that raises up the prospect of, were they all just evil? Were they all immoral? Were they all just uncaring, heartless people? Or was that just the circumstances of the time that they lived in? They didn't know any better. And that's where I come from. I don't preach dogmatic morality, but I have my own morality, and you have your own morality. And when a bunch of us agree on something, that a particular action is so egregious that we need to prevent other people from doing it, we need to impose our morality upon them. That's basically what government is. That's what we do in government. We band together and we root out actions that the majority of us find to be abhorrent and we can't allow, even if the other people don't agree with it. But that's still not objective. That's still a kind of a group arbitrary morality. But that's where I come to the game from.
Woohoo!
Did you get to watch the debate, Amy? What'd you think of it?
I did. In fact, I have a lot of comments, but before I get to that, Mark Reed is behind stage. So welcome, Mark. We are Midnight Ranting on Theism versus Atheism, which has a better moral foundation. The debate or the subject itself, or how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Pretty good.
Doing good, Mark. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see you too, and thank you so much for having me on, both Amy and James. It's really good to be here, and thanks for everyone in chat. Yeah, I just thought I'd jump on because this one, I must admit, I only caught half of this one, but there was a lot of this whole claim of absolute morality and just a whole bunch of, okay, you've got nothing to link it to, and I didn't really see Skylar come up with the biological thing or the evolutionary description. I suspect it's because he didn't want to get dragged down in the evolution debate rather than morality. Do you guys think that?
It was a really, I don't want to say not odd. It was really weird to me how he tried. It felt like he was trying to check both boxes at the same time. And he could move from one box, because if you say that, like, he was trying to go, morality is subjective, but ethics aren't. And so it was very weird. Normally it's very pinnable.
Yeah, it's two levels kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't see why he even had to go in that direction. I think he was just trying to stick to the meat, the base of the issue, you know?
Well, I could tell you why you would do it, because I don't want to say the semantics allows him to pick and choose, but, you know, when I asked him, I'll just say this, and then I'll bring in Bible and then Tanya. But I asked him a question on if this God is moral, and I threw in free will just for the hell of it. But, you know,
why not?
What happened to all the morality and the free will part about when he was drowning everybody? And his answer was basically, well, if it's justifiable.
Yeah, that was scary.
That was basically his answer. It was a very, which doesn't, I don't know.
Sorry, James. Go ahead, Mark.
Oh, I was just going to say, just quickly, just without free will, everything's amoral, right? It's not immoral or moral. It's just amoral if we don't have free will, because it's not our decision. It's not a moral decision at all.
Maybe. I mean, I could see that. I don't believe in free will, but I still think we have we could still make moral choices. We could get lost in the labels, because I do want to ask if any of you think there even is a difference between morality and ethics, because I almost tried to use those words interchangeably, but maybe, I don't know.
I mean, it could be a difference without a distinction, or distinction without a difference. It could just, what each person is meaning when they use the term might be a little different.
Well, my understanding
about the same thing.
My understanding of it was morals are the framework in which you evaluate the things that you're doing, kind of thing, and ethics are the actions you take to implement those morals in the world, kind of thing, in reality. That was my understanding. I could be wrong.
If I had to make a distinction, I'd say morals would be like the principles, and the ethics would be like the application of that to real world situations.
Yes. That's my understanding.
Okay. I think that kind of makes sense. And okay, we'll hold that thought. We'll go back into open conversation in a second. Bible Burner, we are Midnight Ranting on Theism versus Atheism. Which has a better moral foundation? The debate, or just your thoughts in general? Or how are you?
I'm guessing he's going to go with the Bible.
I'm going to totally have to go with the Bible, guys.
Bible.
Thought so. Yeah, I called it.
As the icon says, he has to go with it because at a certain temperature, it just
Absolutely. First of all, James. First of all, thanks for having me on, Amy. James, absolutely. I love the picture there of the Pope.
Well, praise
Probably-
God. Thank you, Bible.
Probably the least popiest pope out of all of the previous popes.
I call him the PR Pope.
Probably. Yeah, he's basically the PR. We're gonna roast you in hell, but we'll do it with a smile on our face.
Yeah.
Actually, he said atheists can go to heaven, which was really controversial.
He's totally the kind of pope that would like photobomb somebody or like take a picture and give somebody like the rabbit ears or something. He's like a goofball.
Though I hate to ruin the happy parade, he just came out against same-sex unions again, or the Vatican did.
I did see that.
Within the past few days.
He's still totally screwed up. There's no doubt about it.
But maybe 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 1 step forward, something like that. We'll take it. Good with the bad.
He's like the liquidator. It's like a fire sale at the Catholic Church. So he's just managing the fire sale.
And well, as Bill Burr says, not to take too many pot shots, but they have to pass people around like trained seals sometimes. Anyway, Bible burner, Theism versus atheism, which has a better moral foundation?
I don't know if either really have a foundation. What I would like to know is theists will claim that the Bible is a moral foundation. So I'm just wondering if every time they encounter a moral quandary, do they refer to the Bible and say, okay, what does the Bible say about this? Because I would contend that there's only 1 billion times a day where you would be right in the middle somewhere, like a gray area, like thou shalt not steal. Really? Is that as broad as God decided to be? Thou shalt not steal. Like, can I steal to save somebody's life? It's like thou shalt not lie. Like, can I lie to save somebody's feelings? Can I lie to save somebody's life? I mean, life is like, it's gray. It's not black and white. The Bible is all about black and white. I just wonder I'm not sure how theists really justify saying that the Bible is, even if we ignore all of the rotten, despicable stuff that the God of the Bible does in the Old Testament, if we ignore all that, just going by, okay, let's, the Bible, it's has all our morals written right there. How do they justify that? Because, that would mean that no Christian would ever, if they would ever lie, I mean, is there never a good reason to lie? Is there never a good reason to steal? And murder, I mean, thou shalt not murder. It says thou shalt not kill, but okay, let's say thou shalt not murder. What about the Christians living in Islamic nations? I mean, they have murder is like a legal term. I mean, Christians living in Islamic nations, I mean, their whole idea of murder, I mean, they might turn a blind eye for somebody who murders their daughter for revealing their hair in public or dishonoring them. I mean, so now it's like, how can you say thou shalt not commit murder when it's different? It could be different everywhere.
Somewhere Ray Comfort is walking up to somebody and asking, have you ever stolen anything? Or have you ever told a lie?
Have you ever told a lie?
Paperclip. Even if you have stole a paperclip from work, you deserve to go to hell and you need to ask God to forgive you.
Yeah, same old spiel from Ray.
Well, I got a couple of thoughts on that. For a start, not all Christians claim that the Bible is their moral foundation. Some of them sort of talk about morals being written on your heart and all of this kind of thing, and that the Bible is just sort of a guide to the thing. Mm-hmm. So it seems to me that Christians really don't use, even if they claim to, a lot of them don't use the Bible, especially the Old Testament, as a moral guide kind of thing. They basically interpret it however they want. Like they just basically follow the ones that they like, don't follow the ones that they don't like. And then it becomes just another case of them making their own morals.
Yeah,
I think
agree.
in almost any country, if you use the actual Bible as a moral guide, you'd be
Right.
locked up pretty quickly. So yeah,
You run
thankfully
into
nobody
problems.
does that.
Yeah. And okay, so we'll go back into open conversation in a second. Tanya, we are midnight ranting on theism versus atheism. Which has a better moral foundation? How are you, the subject or the topic?
Hello. You guys can hear me, right?
We
Absolutely.
can hear
I don't
you.
know.
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't know if you noticed in the private chat, but I wrote that ethics is a study of moral applications. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, how should we treat other people? You know, that's like the moral question. Ethics would be the study of of those questions and the applications. Should I steal from this, I don't know, 12-year-old? Okay, why am I stealing from this 12-year-old? Is it because I'm hungry and I'm a beggar, or I'm poor? But then, okay, well, is the 12-year-old like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's situational.
Well, yeah, you guys were saying, what's the difference between morals and ethics? Well, as I said, I mean, I could be wrong here, but ethics is the study of moral applications or moral questions. But you get the point.
So theism or atheism, which one has better ethics or morality?
Neither, because those things only say whether there's a God and there isn't a God. And then you can build off of off of those frameworks. Okay, if God exists, then then morals, one can say morals came from him. But then if you say morals came from him, you have to also consider that all the bad stuff came from him, right? If God doesn't exist, then we're just left here, like stumbling in the dark and without a guide, and doing the best we can. Like, you know what I mean?
Seems to be where we're at.
That seems to be the way of it.
Trying to figure things out.
I mean, for a lot of people, that's scary, right? Like, ooh, I need to figure this out. Oh, no, that's scary. I have to do work. It's better. It's better to have a pre-written guide, right? A pre-written guide.
Yeah,
I also
absolutely.
think we're getting better at it. I really, I get a lot of flack for my biology anchor, but I believe that part of the reason why we're getting better at morality is because we're learning more about humans. We first of all, we learn witches probably aren't real, so we probably shouldn't burn them. Just a whole bunch of little things like that we're getting better at.
Yeah, I think all throughout history, people probably always thought that we were getting better because they think that their current morality is superior to the morality of people before them, but it's just different people, different times. From my view, anyway.
Well, yeah, but okay. The world out here, the world out there is scary. Obviously, it's messed up. There's a million things that could happen to you. You could be stabbed by somebody. But you gotta admit that that we live in the most peaceful time in history. Like, yeah,
Yes,
there's war, but
absolutely.
Yep.
Steven
we
Pinker's book.
which peaceful. What's the book's name? The most peaceful time in history.
Better Angels of Our Nature. It's a fantastic book.
Oh, Battle Angels of Our Nature. It's a good. It's a good thing I'm getting my stimulus check tomorrow, so I can buy bookshelves and books.
Because it seems that not only are we in the best of all possible times, but it seems like the trend. Hopefully, I say hopefully, but it seems like it is going to continue better. And I'll just say my one critique, and I'll ask, and maybe James will say, and then I'll let Donald in,
Well,
and then Will.
I did want to say something else, but I
Sure,
guess
absolutely. No. Say something, and then I'll say.
well, no,
mine.
no, no. I was gonna, I was gonna say, that we shouldn't fall under the illusion that we're completely safe, but we shouldn't fall under the illusion that we're
Oh, yeah.
completely in danger. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, it's perspective. It's there's still terrible, horrible problems in the world, and there probably always will be. But
Well,
at
yeah.
least we're not dealing. I was
But-
about to say, at least we're not dealing with the plague. But hello, COVID.
Well,
but,
yeah, but no, like I was gonna, like I was gonna say, when you have, when you have PTSD or trauma, you know what I mean. You see danger like all around you. It's important to reframe that, saying, okay, well, it's not completely dangerous, but it is dangerous. So before I snap on somebody, I need to calm the fuck down. You know what I mean? Not everyone's out to get me.
Those seem to be survival mechanisms.
Well, yeah, they are.
Yeah, from when it was really useful that if you had a tiger jump you, you would always be afraid of tigers. It helps with survival. It's actually advantageous. Not so much anymore because you may experience something.
It still is, right? Because if you get because if you come across somebody, dangerous, you know what I mean, your instincts are gonna be like, I don't really like the way this is going, you know what I mean, and you run away. Like there may be leftovers, quote unquote, but at the same time they're still useful.
Yeah, but that sort of distorted thought that if one person's attacked you, everyone's going to afterwards isn't so useful anymore.
No. I'm not disagreeing with you. This is why they have therapists.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or self-help books.
But I think as our understanding of sort of the way our minds work and the way that we've evolved over time, our morality gets better and our understanding globally, sort of, I don't mean globally as in the world, but more a holistic sort of what contributes to us surviving and having better well-being as we go along becomes expanded. So, for instance, a narrower view might be, okay, I live with this tribe. If we go and beat the other tribe, it's the best thing for all of our tribe. So it's good. As we expand to say, hey, it's actually better if we work with these other people, it helps our survival way more than beating them with sticks.
Yeah, but that's not always the case, is it? Like, even today, it would be more advantageous to work together with the other nations.
Absolutely.
Although, honestly, when you look at the state of the EU and the UN, is it really advantageous to work together with other nations?
Yes, absolutely.
Into politics, that's a political question.
You're in a universe that is so insanely hostile. In 2019, we had an asteroid brush by us so close it was incredible.
Oh, trust me, I know we're in a hostile universe, which is why it always makes me laugh when Christians is like, oh, we're God's
and stuff.
We're God's special creation.
My point is, I posit that in order to make the maximum attempt to survive in such an insanely hostile universe, the best way to do that is for everyone to work together.
I mean, I kind of agree with you, but until we get to Star Trek, until we get to the Star Trek generation, I don't see that going that well, given current.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about current situations. I'm talking about moral ideology. The ideology. What's ideal? What's the best way? Right. I'm not talking about what the situation can. Right, it would be ideal. I'm not talking about how things are at the moment. I get it. I do.
Conceivably could ever be. Hopefully, but
hopefully, sure.
And okay, we'll go back into Oprah conversation in a second. We got both Donald, Will, and Martin. So we're gonna bring Donald in. Donald, how are you? We are Midnight Ranting on Theism versus Atheism. Which has a better moral foundation? How are you tonight,
How you
and what are
doing,
your
Donald?
thoughts on the subject?
Well, first off, I'd like to point out that atheism is not a set of beliefs or claims or anything like that. It's a lack of something. So it doesn't have a foundation for anything technically in and of itself. But if you want to look at is the foundation is the foundation of morality theistic or atheistic, that would depend on the individual what they've based it on. But if you want to go with humanities overall, I would say it's very much atheistic, that gods have been made to fit the morality of the time that they were invented in, rather than the other way around.
Basically, yeah.
I do
I
have a
think the
screen
word
share up
secular
if you
is
want
more
to
accurate.
pull that up there.
Sure.
It is from Wikipedia. There is a page on moral foundations theory, and it starts out: moral foundation theory is a social psychological theory intended to explain the origins and variation of human moral reasoning on the basis of innate modular foundations. That was first proposed by psychologist Jonathan, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, Haidt,
The righteous mind.
and Jesse Graham, building on the work of cultural anthropologist Richard Sweeter, I'm not sure again how you pronounce that, and subsequently developed by a diverse group of collaborators and popularized in Haidt's book, The Righteous Mind. The theory proposes 6 foundations. So here's foundations that this particular theory is mentioning: care versus harm, fairness versus cheating, loyalty versus betrayal.
You might have to go
where was
down
I?
because I can't see the rest.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to scroll down. Hold on. Okay, where was I?
Well, no,
Okay,
scroll down,
loyalty
not
versus
zoom in.
betrayal, authority versus subversion, and sanctity versus degradation, and liberty versus oppression. Notice that none of those have anything to do with anything theistic at all.
Nope.
And as a matter of fact, if you run a search on the page, because I tried this, run a search on the page for God, there is nothing. Run a search on the page for Theos, nothing. Run a search on the page for theist or theism, again, nothing. There's nothing on that page that indicates that there's any mention of anything theistic at all. In a quick search, several quick searches. And also Ken from the debate made his distinction between moral and between morals and ethics, in saying that morals are just what happens, what people do, and ethics are the rules about those things. And so in that sense, that would completely detach any God from it, any theistic anything from it, because there is no one God that all people in the world share. There isn't even one God that most of the people share a belief in. Those that do believe in a God or in gods believe in all kinds of different gods, and they disagree on what those gods are. So there obviously couldn't be a foundation in any one of those that would be anywhere near universal. So what we're left with is well, are there morals outside of humanity? Well, the answer is yes. And again, if you go with it's what is being done, well, then lions have a very different sense of morals than humans do, but nonetheless they do what they do, and they still have their ideas of what things are right and wrong, even though they don't have rules written out for them to tell them what things are right and wrong. They don't need those. They don't need the rules written out for them to have their own opinion on the subject. If I scroll further down on this page, there's a little thing about the origin, and here's the main 5 foundations, and it's going back into that list again. I don't want to put too much emphasis on that, but you can go ahead and take the screen share off. Oh, you already did.
That's okay. I was showing you, and you're
okay. Yeah, never mind then. But
that's okay. And I'll show what I'll do is I'll just go like this. We're going to go, and I'm just going to show this for the record in case people don't want to look it up. So now it's in the record.
Yeah,
I'm screen sharing it again. But
let
then
me grab the link to that and just post that in well, I'll put it in the live chat because I can get to that. Let's see, what do we got?
So you
comments,
do that.
Easy to
Can I do
find.
that? No, I can't post it in the comments. So I'll just put it in the private chat.
Okay, and if you go on your
link. If you want to share that link, you can do that. That's the link to that particular page. But I also wanted to point out, though, that another thing that Ken did early on in the debate, somewhat early on in the debate, I think, was to basically accuse Skylar of trying to mind read.
And Donald, I just want to say,
and then
make this point, and then
repeatedly strawman his position and say, "This is what you believe. This is this is what you think. This is your position." So not really supporting his case very well there. I just thought that should be pointed out.
Sometimes they run from their position.
To say, don't try to read my mind, and then try to read the other guy's mind. Not making the best case.
I'm reading your mind right now, Amy. I'm reading it.
I mean, I'm a pretty good mind reader.
Are you saying you have magic?
Yeah, I'm a witch. I'm an albino, so I'm automatically a witch.
Yeah, well, I mean, we all read each other's minds through reading facial expressions, reading body language, reading the words that we say or write down. But to tell someone don't do that and then do it is not exactly making your case for that's the way you think it should be done.
Well, generally, when people say reading minds, literally like reading minds, right? Hearing the thoughts coming out, coming from someone else's mind without them speaking.
Yeah, which is again ironic because that's sort of implying that there's some mysterious supernatural thing involved, and so we've got the theist telling the atheist not to use something supernatural.
Who do we got next?
Okay, so we are gonna bring. We actually have 4 more people backstage. We're having a fun night. So we're having a midnight ranting. We are talking about theism versus atheism, which has a better moral foundation. How are you, and what are your thoughts?
I will.
I'm good. Hello, everyone. How are everyone tonight?
Not too bad.
Yeah, pretty good, thanks.
You've got his name hiding behind the blue. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Just so you know.
Exactly fine. What Donald just said.
Yeah, I thought Ken tonight was poor simply from the fact that he didn't really try to debate the topic. He simply tried to passively aggressively show.
I'm getting some feedback from some other audio.
Yes, it's not mine. I'm on headphones, so.
Yep, you're good, Will.
Right? Is it going? All right, cool. Yeah, I think he really just tried to get Skylar to say that his morality was subjective and use that as justification for his foundation being stronger than his. Right? So he really didn't even put forth an argument in the debate, in my opinion. So I thought it was pretty sad, to be honest, from his point of view. He could have actually used points, and he chose not to. He chose just to be passive aggressive, and I think that's a cheap debating tactic, if you ask me. But that's the thoughts I have, and then once we get into large conversations, I know there's people waiting in the back. We can discuss.
Which one were you saying was being passive aggressive?
Ken.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought. I wasn't sure because I didn't hear that part well for some reason.
That's okay. Yeah, I didn't. That was the first time I really heard. It always surprises me just to hear a Christian moral relativist. So they're out there. There are lots out there. But then it seemed like he was trying to square that circle. It really did seem like he was trying to have it both ways and not in a moderation way, as in kind of like, well, over here it's this, and over here it's this.
Kind of all over the place.
he was just trying to goat Schuyler in. Like, he wasn't making any claims himself. He was trying to trap him, pull him into linguistic traps, and use that as a justification as to why his position was
That's
superior.
kind of what I was getting at as well. Is he didn't really seem to be trying to defend his position at all. It was more of smoke and mirrors, so to speak.
Yeah, that's what I got too, as a theist myself.
Was he a precept? Because I started to get, once we start to got towards a certain line of questioning, I start to get that vibes, but it's hard to
sounded
tell.
like it. It sounded like he was, but he didn't really come out of the closet.
Just saying. That happens. And
It is interesting though when you think about it, the fact that Ken started out early on defining his difference between morals and ethics, and where he put the morals had nothing to do with any rules from God or rules from nature or rules from anything, because he put all that in the ethics and basically said the morals is just that's what people do, which I guess the only way that you could really consider that a theistic thing is if you make the assumption, the presumption that people were created by a theos.
Yep. And Donald,
and
I think we're getting a little bit of feedback.
Yeah, he's got some kind of show on or something.
Shouldn't be coming from mine. I've got my earphones in, and when I take them out, I don't hear anything coming. So
hold on.
Don't know.
Keep on talking.
But I'll mute me just.
Da 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 da. Oh no, it's not you. You're right. It's not you.
Okay, I was going to mute me. I said I'll mute me, and you did it before I got a chance.
Okay, I was just doing it as an experiment, not as a a bad
I got
thing.
that. I was going to do the same experiment.
Well, then we'll do it two ways. That way we make double stir.
That's okay.
Well, I just muted it. It's me.
Yeah, it's a real faint echo.
Testing.
It's at least not loud. Yeah, I can still barely hear it.
I don't know. That's a little bit weird.
Will, you want to try muting yourself momentarily and see if the echo stops? Testing. I don't hear
What
it.
about you, Amy? Sometimes you have two microphones.
Amy, do you still hear the echo?
I don't think so.
It
Does
went
anyone
away.
hear it?
Okay. Will, if you can check on your end and see if you got something bleeding back from your speakers in your mic somehow or whatever. Again, it's not real bad. It might just be maybe headphones too close to the microphone or who knows what, but it seems to be coming from your end.
So
who else is back there?
While that's happening, we're gonna bring in Martin. Martin, how are you doing? We are Midnight Ranting, Theism versus Atheism. Which has a better moral foundation? How are you doing tonight?
I'm all right. Can everybody hear me?
Absolutely.
Right.
I hear you.
So I want to kind of deflate the question a little bit, because I think the position, the question for the debate was half of it. Well, the atheism part was nonsensical. Kind of like what Donald said. Atheism is a belief based on a proposition.
Well, it's a lack of a belief, yeah.
Well, I mean, I take the position that atheism is not just the lack of belief, but it's the position that no gods exist. But I don't want to debate that definition. But my point being that atheism doesn't have an inherent meta-ethical system. Like, there's no system of morality inherent in atheism. I could see how a theist can derive divine command theory, but atheist doesn't derive an ethical system from the belief that no God exists. You need a lot more. You have to add to it. You have to have a whole lot of things in order to come up with a system. You could be a consequentialist. You could be a virtue ethicist. You could be a deontologist. All kinds of things like that, right? So you have a whole bunch of things to choose from. While for a theist, they like to divine command theory or some other kind of stemming from their theism. So the question being theism or atheism, which has a better moral foundation. Atheism doesn't have a moral foundation, and nor should it, because it's not a ethical theory. Atheism is not an ethical theory, and you can't derive an ethical theory from atheism because it's a belief on a proposition. See that's it. That's my position.
Would you mind if I added something to that?
Go ahead.
I was just thinking, because I was going to say something on this line earlier as well, and I sort of forgot, but you reminded me. Thank you. Atheism, even if you take the strong atheism position of, like believing or claiming there is no God, like you said, there's no moral foundation behind it at all. It's not a good one or a bad one. It's just non-existent. But then again, you can do the same thing with theism in general. Theism doesn't have a moral foundation behind it at all either. What you have is different variations of theism, different subsets of theism. Whereas, like, with atheism, if you take a subset like that, you're still, it's still more of a lack than a thing. There's no set of rules or set of anything that is a part of it. But if you take a subset of theism and you say, well, let's look at Judeo-Christian theism, or let's look at ancient Greek theism, or something like that, then you can start to come up with where they say, well, okay, we have this set of ethics that are dictated by this being that we know what this being says because other people claim what it says. And even then, in my opinion, you don't end up with a good moral foundation. What you end up with is like the worst kind of moral foundation you could possibly get, which is one where any dictator can claim to be the mouthpiece of God and dictate what kind of morals they want society to function under. They can basically set the ethics to dictate other people's moral behavior, and that's worse than no moral foundation at all, because that's a bad moral foundation. And that's kind of where I was going with that is as far as which one has a better moral foundation, I would say atheism does, because it has no moral foundation at all, and theism has a bad moral foundation.
Sure. I mean, the ethics, you have theism but that's the thing, is things can derive command theory or divine command theory. But you could say like an authority has command, can tell you what to do because they're an authority, right? An atheist could have that position. It's not divine because they don't believe anything divine, but they could say like, okay, well, police officer, right? He's got some authority, therefore his orders are okay or right. The president has authority. His orders are correct. Yeah,
the evil dictator is the giver of all morals, and
right.
That's why I said
that'll be just command
theory. That's a bad foundation.
If that dictator is God, then it's divine command theory.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a might makes right scenario. They don't advocate for why.
That's why I said it's a bad moral foundation. It's at least not a lack of one when you get to there, but I would say a lack of a moral foundation is better than a bad moral foundation, because at least with a lack of a moral foundation, you can learn good morals on top of that lack of a moral foundation. If you have a bad moral foundation, learning good morals becomes a very difficult thing to do, if even possible.
And okay.
Divine command, it's just a might makes right kind of thing. It's not even like why. It's just certain things are wrong because somebody said so. If you don't like it, he'll roast you alive.
I want to defend that divine command theory.
It even goes as far as to preclude the why, to say that if you have a reason that you think why this thing would be a better moral standard or this other thing would be a worse moral standard, that with having some mysterious being that dictates the rules to what's right and wrong, it just kind of precludes that and says you can't even do that. You can't make good morals on that bad moral foundation.
Who dictates right now?
Okay.
Sorry, Amy,
no, that's fine. So make your rebuttal, but then when your rebuttal's done, we're then gonna bring in Brian, but then we'll go back into open conversation. But go ahead, your rebuttal.
Who's rebutting what?
I think Martin wanted to say he wanted to make
I was
a
going to
rebuttal for
defend
that.
divine command theory because the theist would say that it's not might makes right. It's God is perfect, God is all good, so whatever he says is going to be right because he's he can't be wrong. He can't say anything. He can't tell you to do things that are immoral because he's moral. That's the
But if
answer.
you
by the
disagree
theist.
with
So it doesn't
that-
have to be
Yeah,
might
and
makes
I
right.
would
the power.
disagree. I mean, I don't know of any God in any religion, in any belief system ever that fits that description. I mean,
right. But the
they're
theist
all
believes
they're
that,
all doing evil stuff on a pretty regular basis.
well, but the
Stuff
theist
that
believes
anybody
that God is perfectly
would
good.
agree is
It's the
evil,
fact that he is
unless they
God
want to
that makes
use,
him
unless they want to, make their God an exception and say, well, the rules
Well,
don't apply to my God.
They do, and that's
Actually,
what they do.
Jainism is your exception that you're looking for there.
And that would be a special pleading fallacy.
Well, I mean, you're asking for an example of one that has a good moral foundation. I think Jainism
sorry.
would fit that.
No,
bill.
that wasn't a response to that. Which one did you say? Oh, Jainism?
Yep.
Okay. Well, Jainism based on a god? I'm not even sure.
Well, I believe it is. Yeah, it's a
Okay,
religion.
yeah, I wasn't even sure if it was a theistic religion. I know Jainism is all about like doing no harm, and yeah, I mean if you want to take that subset, that's a decent moral foundation. It's not perfect, but decent place
Yeah.
to start.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with everything you said,
But-
except that, because we're talking mostly about the Christian religion, and the
But
argument is theism rather than a
Right.
specific religion.
But I would say
And
in the
That's
case
the
of
one exception that I can kind of point to where they do have a good moral foundation.
that's a
After that,
good
are we gonna
example.
bring Brian in?
But I would like to point out though that that the basis of that, the idea of do no harm, there's no God in that basis. So I mean you can have that with
Well,
or
that's
without
true,
the
yeah.
God.
Sure.
And okay, so with that, we're gonna bring in our last one, and then our last interlocutor, and then we'll go back into open conversation. So, Brian, we are Midnight Ranting, Theism versus Atheism. Which has a better moral foundation? How are you tonight, and what are your thoughts on the topic?
I'm good,
Welcome
thanks.
back, Brian.
Thanks. Yeah, the debate was decent. I wasn't really impressed with it on both sides, but I always love seeing people with different views going at it. But for me, I found God after reading the Bible for 3 months and asking tons of skeptic questions. And one day I just woke up and it was like God told every part of me. It's hard to explain, but all of my problems in life were a result of not obeying God. And still to this day, all the problems in my life are a result of not obeying God or somebody else not obeying God. So to me, it's 100% clear that God does have the best moral foundation for us as a whole. So sex outside of wedlock, he doesn't do that to keep us from having fun. He just sees the fruits of not doing it in wedlock and all the destruction it can cause. So if that makes sense. So for me, every single one of my problems in life that I've been locked up 15 times, and all of them are a result of not obeying God. I had a kid when I was 16, so I was having kids out of wedlock. And so to me, 100%, it's I believe everybody's probably there's cancer and stuff that's outside that, but 99.9% of all my problems in life were a result of not obeying God.
All
When you
right.
say obey
Thank
God,
you
do
so
you
much,
mean
Brian.
what the Ten Commandments or various things in the Bible, or what are you not obeying?
Yeah, just like the basic principles. Like after I only read the Bible for like 3 months and I got it downloaded. I still learn more and more stuff that I'm not doing correctly, but like the 10 Commandments, and Jesus even came and held us to a higher standard. He's like, if you even lust, like think about a woman, it's adultery. If you have hatred in your heart for somebody, it's the same as murder. So it's like he came and really made things crystal clear. And it makes sense because I believe we've evolved as a human race.
Doesn't
thankfully,
that put
people
murder
do
in a
secret
really
hate, and then most of us don't end up killing. But
doesn't that kind of put murder in a less serious position to say it's the same as hating? I mean, to say, well, if you hate that person, you might as well murder him because you did the same thing anyway.
I think they would say it's elevating.
I can see why you could say that, but it doesn't. It's a really serious. Like when you seriously hate people, it's not hard to murder them. Like if you hurt, like you're drawing a real thin line. Like some bad stuff can happen if you seriously hate somebody.
I don't think I've ever seriously hated someone, but I have a hard time thinking that that if I did seriously hate someone, that I would even consider murdering them. I mean, that's just not a right thing to do, and hating them doesn't change that.
And that's keeping Christians to a higher standard because of Pharisees and stuff are like, I haven't committed adultery and this and that, and they're still running around with hate in their heart.
Well, I mean, if you look at a historical figure like Adolf Hitler, and you say, okay, look at the terrible things he did and his regime did, and if the idea is that you're not allowed to dislike the things that they're doing because you might end up hating the person, and hating the person might lead to murder, it seems to me that really puts murder in a position of, oh, well, I mean, it's really no different than disliking people doing bad things.
Can I help Brian out?
It's keeping us to definitely, he's calling us to a higher standard for sure.
It doesn't seem like a higher standard to me, is my point.
Help Brian out with this.
And Will wanted to say something.
Or Will, okay.
Yeah, it's hard for me to raise my hand when I'm not when I don't have my camera on. So
that's okay.
Yeah, they don't have a button in here for that.
So the point, the point of Jesus's point and how he brings that is it is not a actions problem; it's a heart problem, right? So he's saying that what is sinful to God or what offends God isn't necessarily the actions that you do with your physical body, but the intent of your heart. And so that's why he links those two together, right? It's not the fact that you committed adultery with your body that's a sin. It's the fact that you lusted after the woman with your heart, or you coveted your neighbor's wife, right? That is the intent of the offense. It's a heart issue, not a thought issue or an action issue. It's a heart issue.
Well, it's more basic than that. It's the idea that one thing can lead to another, and you should avoid doing the thing that can lead to the bad thing. This is exemplified, I think, in the commandment not to drink and not to eat the meat of a calf that's been seethed in its mother's milk. That particular commandment had to do with another religion that had that as a ritual, and it's like, well, don't do that, and then it won't lead you to that religion because you won't think that's okay to do, and that religion does it. And then they even go farther than that in to say, that means, well, now you can't eat a sandwich that has meat and cheese in it. You can't have a cheeseburger because after all, the milk that went into making that cheese might have come from the same animal that was the mother of where the meat came from, and they'll be seethed in the acids in your stomach, and so you don't want to risk doing that wrong thing, which leads to the other wrong thing by doing so it's like basically everything becomes wrong, because no matter what you do, it might lead to some bad thing. So it's almost like saying just don't do anything at all and you're better off.
And in
Don't
do
between
anything.
that, I just want to say bye, Mark. It was nice having you on.
Oh, Mark's taking off. See you, Mark.
He had to go.
Yeah, he had to go. He had to go. But it was good to have him on.
And okay, just wanted to interject that. And then if a theist wanted to respond to anything Donald said or anything in general that was on their mind. Anybody else? No?
Yeah, I still just hang the fact that all my problems in life were a result of not obeying God. Same with everybody I know. They can tell me all their problems. I'll be like, you disobeyed here, you disobeyed there, somebody else disobeyed. So to me, it's like I was blind, but now I see, and it's impossible to get rid of it.
Well, a question about that.
Yeah.
If you had never heard that God had commanded any such things or even requested any such things, would that have made any difference in whether or not it would have been okay to do those things?
I would have never known.
Yeah, but would it make a difference in whether or not they're okay? I mean, if it's just a matter of what God has commanded. What's that?
Yeah, like I've been locked up 15 times and I didn't know God before I did it.
Okay.
But if I can, it's got to say something. If I can look back at all my problems and be like, they're all a result of not obeying God.
But that's not a result of disobeying God. That's a result of doing certain things.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is that God commands us not to do that. So,
well, a God of a religion, yeah. And that God also commands a lot of things that can lead to even worse stuff. I mean, like that particular God telling slaves that they need to obey their masters, as opposed to telling their masters, let the human property go. You don't own people.
what's wrong with there's debates on that, but so when I go back and look at all the things I did wrong in life and all the problems I created, it's just by chance that every single one of them is a result of not obeying God.
Well, my point is I'm disagreeing with that.
Depends on what they are, I guess.
The point I'm trying to make on that is that I disagree that it has to do with obeying or disobeying God, because what you're actually talking about is doing certain things that have certain consequences, and you have been able to recognize the consequences those things have, just like the people who wrote stuff saying that God said not to do it were able to recognize that those things have consequences. But the vast majority of human beings on the planet right now have never even heard of that particular God, let alone the things that God supposedly demands of them. So they can't disobey God. They can only decide for themselves what they think is right or wrong and what things are good or bad to do. And if there are things that they shouldn't do because those things have consequences, it makes a heck of a lot more sense to me to recognize that doing things that have bad consequences should be avoided than to simply say, well, it's all about obeying God. Because if it's all about obeying God, then if they're being raised under teachings of a different God than you are, and their God teaches them they should do those things, then obeying God is going to lead to doing the things that you're saying should be avoided.
I think we got some backup in for Brian now. We've got another Christian.
Yeah.
And okay, so with that in mind,
I think Brian wanted to respond.
Yeah, but then you're still saying it's a total coincidence that all my problems in life were a result of not obeying God. Either it's 199.9% coincidence, or it's God showed me that his ways are what's best for all of us as a whole.
Well, keep in mind,
to
human beings wrote the Bible, so I wouldn't call it coincidence, because there were human beings who did have reasons for writing the things they wrote, regardless whether or not there was even a God behind those things. My point is that there are thousands of different gods believed in, and if you just bring it down to a question of obeying God, then people who disagree on which
God of the Bible.
Okay, but not everybody believes in that God. Not everybody.
But that doesn't change the fact that all of the things He commanded for us is for our good, and when we don't do it,
but they're not. That's another point I was making. They're not all. Some are, some are not. And yes, you may have found yourself in a position of, if you had read those teachings, maybe it would have taught you something useful. that's a useful thing to know, and from that you can say, hey, there are some good teachings in the Bible. There are also some bad ones, but there are some good ones, and those good ones would be nice to pass on, regardless whether you keep them in the context of the Bible or not. They're just useful things to know. But to reduce it down to obeying God being the main thing, my point there is that there are billions of human beings on the planet that will not get the same results if they just obey God, because they don't believe in the same God.
They wouldn't.
I would like to.
You're just throwing out that 99% of all my problems were a result of not obeying Him.
I would just
I'm
interject,
disagreeing.
Brian, I would just interject that, and I mean this with no insult, certainly. I would just say that most of your problems resulted from your breaking man's laws. I mean, there's billions of blasphemers, myself included, and billions of idolaters on the planet that never ever will receive anything like you may have went through. I don't know why you attributed your misfortunes to God and not poor decision making.
I mean, we haven't executed a witch in hundreds of years, and I don't see an epidemic of women flying outside on broomsticks. So seems to me like, thank goodness we don't follow that law anymore.
Yeah, correlation is not causation. The fact that you can recognize that the Bible talked about the kinds of things you did and said not to do them, that doesn't mean that the problem was you disobeyed God. In fact, if you didn't know that God had said not to do those things, you absolutely did not disobey God.
I still knew in my heart that they were wrong.
Okay, then you disobeyed your heart. You disobeyed your own moral standards, and that, I think, is the key to the whole thing, because we don't need a God to tell us what's right and wrong. We can figure that out for ourselves. But if we do what we know is wrong, we can pretty much expect that we're going to get bad results from it.
Yeah, but you're still just throwing out that 99.9% of all my problems were a result of not obeying God. Like, that's
I'm not throwing it out. I'm disagreeing with it, because what you're telling me is that you did not know that God had ordered those things. You were not disobeying God. Therefore, it could not have been a result of that.
Let me ask
I became
instead,
aware.
can you give us an example of something that you were disobeying God that was ruining your life?
I had a kid at 16. I disobeyed my parents.
Sounds very biblical.
I stole stuff. I was an alcoholic. I used drugs. I lied. I didn't love other people. I was my own God. Like, I didn't.
So what was the first one you said?
Having kid when I was 16.
I mean, I think I'm trying to pinpoint where I don't think the Bible is necessarily.
If I can say something on that, there are consequences to such things. I mean, bring another human being into the world when you're too young or in a bad position, as far as being able to take care of that person, to help them have a better life. There's all kinds of stuff to be concerned about. And disobeying your parents, well, if your parents are giving you good instruction and you disobey your parents, then you're throwing away good instruction. But the same thing, if the Bible gives you good instructions and you disobey the good instructions the Bible gave you, then you're disregarding good instructions. But it has nothing to do with whether or not there is a God behind it. And again, keep in mind that the Bible is not the only thing out there that teaches what a God supposedly commands. There are all kinds of different things out there that different gods supposedly command. And to say, well, just the key is to just obey God, you would be basically condoning the people that flew airplanes into buildings back in 2011. Or 2001, whatever it was.
My God didn't say to do that. That's what I'm saying. My
But their
God,
God
I
did.
can go through my problems, and it's
They-
not. I
they
don't think it's a
Hold on.
coincidence.
Let him talk.
Let him
Sorry.
I
respond.
don't think it was a coincidence that all my problems were a result of not obeying him. It's like I can't just throw that away now. It's like embedded. Like
Why can't
I
it be
know
a
it's 100% true.
I mean,
Can
why
I be
why can't it be a coincidence that it seemed to be that they were all about disobeying God? I mean, after all, if human beings observed the same things as you did in the past and couldn't explain it well enough to say, here's why you shouldn't do this and why you shouldn't do that. So instead they just said, well, God says don't do these things. Then you'd have a list of the things that they found to be bad ideas to do, and they pass those things off as, don't do them because God said not to. But then again, that same God, supposedly, according to those according to the same scriptures, the same collection of ancient writings, that same God condones slavery.
And
But
I
having
would
slaves isn't a good thing.
I would actually want to take
Well,
this
there's
a little bit of a
debates on it.
different.
And for good
You
reason.
you can respond if you want to, Brian, but then I just want to ask the question.
No, you can. I was just gonna say there's debates on what slavery exactly was and the time and everything. It's not like it wasn't just people going and grabbing people and making them their slaves.
Well, there was that.
There's
Sometimes.
debates against
That
it.
wasn't all of it. That's never been all of it. But
Not
there
condoned by
was
the
that.
Bible.
I would like to.
Oh
Go
yeah,
ahead.
yep.
Sorry, Andy.
No, because I'm going to take it in a different direction. So,
Go
Bible,
ahead,
if you
Jamie.
got a thought
Yeah.
on this, or
Oh.
Jamie,
Was that Jamie?
But I did want to point out, though,
it was
you're
Bible.
talking about, could it be a coincidence? Again, it would not be all coincidence, because human beings wrote that stuff. Human beings had reasons for writing the stuff that they wrote, and their reasons may not have been all good and may not have been all bad, but they were nonetheless reasons that human beings had. And you're a human being and you're living in a human society. So if it ends up looking like it's all about disobeying God, then you got to look at the bigger picture and realize that, again, you weren't disobeying God. You didn't know God had said those things. Once you found out, if you went ahead and disobeyed again, anyway, that's a different story. But even then, is it really a question of whether you were obeying God, or is it a question of whether you were doing good things or bad
Someone doing
things?
dishes?
And hold that thought, because Bible, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, Brian, it seems that you are saying because you broke God's laws that these bad things happen to you. You're basically implying that God is personally punishing you for transgressions that you performed against him. Meanwhile, like I said before, billions of people do worse things than you have, and they don't get punished. So it seems kind of random that God would pick on Brian to, punish you for whatever human things that you've done, and not pick on anybody else. I mean, why so random? Why pick on Brian?
No, it's everybody. So like I visualize God like a parent does to a kid. So like I have a toddler at home right now, and he doesn't know what's best for him. I gotta like guide him through life. And when God gave us commands as a whole, it was for all of us as a good. Like tomorrow, if everybody obeyed God tomorrow, there'd be no wars, no hunger. Like we would live
Seriously,
in a beautiful place.
the God that commanded war after war after war after war after war. Are you
There was
serious?
I
evil
think you have a
stuff
nicer
happening.
God than the Bible.
By a long shot. I mean, yeah, I would take your God over the Bible's God any day. Yeah, I mean, you need to
I would
read the
take a
Bible.
drunk guy
And
sleeping under a bridge over the Bible's God.
And I will, Sam, I saw you backstage for a second. If you want to come back in, you can always come back in. But Brian, I want to ask a different question.
Oh.
Because I've had loved ones and family members deal with addiction. And I feel like that was really the hill. That is the hill that makes people, well, at your darkest moment, at anyone's darkest moment, do things that we think the thieving, the all sorts of bad
fruits.
Things are happening because your body is breaking down or going over a withdrawal that it is almost like you're in a physical pain, and so you are trying to get that substance just to normalize again.
Yeah.
And so I think it's that struggle, an important struggle that I think I don't want to say, I don't know if the right word is conquered, accomplish, but
I'd say it doesn't even have to be a drug. It could be anything.
It could be anything. But I just want to refocus it, and I swear this is my thing. I want to do an AA, just a whole podcast on it. And Brian, you are absolutely invited to share everything. But I guess, what were your thoughts on just my summation of that?
No, yeah, I agree. Like, once I got sober, then I realized, like, I battled schizophrenia and all kinds of stuff. Like, there were so many things that I wasn't working on when I was working on my addiction and that lifestyle. So, like, the way I visualize my life, like, since then, it's like a microscope. If you're looking at something and you do it a little bit more finer, and then you see some more stuff that's not good, and then you turn it more, and it's going to be a constant thing for the rest of my life, working on myself and becoming a better person. And I believe nobody is perfect. Everybody's bad, and it's
Okay, nobody's perfect. I don't think
Or at
everyone's
least
necessarily bad. But
everybody is selfish, and I don't believe any one perfect person is perfect and never has done anything bad.
Nope, we've all done bad stuff.
I'll make that statement further to push it back into religion. I don't think there was ever a perfect person. So,
ooh,
I would say Jesus, but
just do it down.
I can think of one.
Well, Jesus said to sell all your possessions and give the money to the poor. That would make you the poor. So,
yeah, but if you're poor but you have God inside of you, you're blessed by God. I'd 100% rather be blessed by God than have money.
Well, most of my life, all of my life, I've been poor, and most of my life I have self-identified as an atheist. And yet I have been told literally thousands of times that I was an angel sent by God. I wasn't the one being blessed. I was the one blessing others in that manner of speaking, that they recognized the things that I came along and did as from their God, even though, most of them were things that their God wouldn't have even bothered to encourage. They're just things that needed to be done.
And I want to ask
that helps you out too, personally. Like, whoever does good deeds for other person, it helps you out eternally more than the other people.
Thank you. That is my point. That whether you're doing good things or bad things is what makes the difference, not whether or not a God commanded it.
Dude, you were God's tool, Donald. Sorry.
And so I wanted to ask this of Brian, but really it's a question for all the theists, and then I have a question from the comments for Brian. But if there was no God, would you want to know?
If there was no God, would I want to know? Yes, 100%. It's even hard trying to find a Christian God. Like, once I found God and then there's evangelicals, Baptists, Calvinists, Arminians, like, there's so much. And I don't think any one church has it all 100% correct. Like, it's a you personally seeking God thing that God gave me the revelation that all my problems in life result. It wasn't the book or a preacher. it was like something internally inside me, like totally opened up my eyes, like 100%.
Well, that's a good thing. I'm not, I'm not by any means trying to say that you didn't, stumble across something that can be helpful to you. But I would caution though against the idea of assuming that because you found some things that appeared in the Bible as commands from God or suggestions from God or something like that, that you can therefore, apply that across the board and get the same kind of results. And that's my point, that that the God of the Bible, according to the Bible, did some pretty horrendous things himself, commanded some pretty horrendous things a lot of times.
Hey, Dak, why are they horrendous?
Isn't
Why are they horrendous?
Why are they horrendous? Well, like let's take the obvious example of Noah's Ark and the flood, something that God supposedly did, because he wasn't happy about the fact that there were supposedly interbreedings that produced giants, and so rather than
you think that's the only reason?
Huh?
Evil in the
You
heart.
think that's his only reason?
Well, no, I don't think he had a reason. I don't think he existed, but that's the reason given in the Bible. And here's the thing: he could have sterilized people, let them live out their lives in peace. He could have, if he didn't want the giants, he could have.
And how would he have done that through nature?
What he did, okay, what the Bible says God did, how is that nature?
There were giants in the earth before.
We're talking about a flood that buried mountains. We're talking about more water than could possibly evaporate into our atmosphere. That there's no place for that water to go afterward. There had to have been a miracle involved in order to.
It was underground before.
Let me help you there, Doc.
So God uses creation to interact with his creation. In all of Scripture, there's not one instance where he supernaturally poofs somebody out of existence.
In undetectable ways, sure.
Okay, and so would God be capable of using nature to, say, for example, produce a virus that sterilizes certain people?
Yeah, he has. There are viruses that cause people to go sterile.
Then why the worldwide flood? Why kill things that aren't even human for what humans supposedly did?
All nature is fallen according to Scripture.
Yeah, see, and therein lies the root of what I was just saying, that you end up excusing bad things because the Bible says it's okay, because the Bible made it out to be something that is supposedly.
It's not that the Bible says it's okay.
Well, the Bible says God is good and God did it.
It says it's just.
Well, it's not.
That's your opinion, though, Dak.
Yeah. Yes, in my opinion, killing every living thing on the planet, save a boat full, is not just. There just is no way of justifying doing that. If you want to get that boatload of people off the planet, help them develop the technology to leave the planet. If God could have terraformed another planet, given them another place to live, and given them the technology to get there, it would have made a heck of a lot more sense to do that, and it would have made that God a whole lot more believable, because then they would have something that the God did that didn't look like just nature.
So make one more point, whoever was about to, and then I'm going to bring in Sam. Will,
I'll take that.
All yours.
So if God was, let's just say, if we're going to play thought experiments here and assume that the God of the Bible is who he says he is, right?
I haven't heard him say anything.
I'm saying, let's hypothetical, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Judge him based on what the Scripture says who he is, right? If you're making an assumption that you can understand his reasons, let's do another hypothetical out.
I wasn't making an assumption.
Thought experiment. Well, because you're condemning them. You're calling it unjust.
Don't bounce back.
I'm saying I can understand the situation. I'm definitely not saying I can understand reasons for doing something that I consider morally abhorrent.
But you have to consider it. You have to have reasons in your mind in order to consider it morally abhorrent.
Well, maybe
You're
the
saying
reason-
there is
maybe
no
the reason
circumstance
God
whatsoever.
wanted to do something terrible. I mean, how would I know what his reasons were if he even exists when I don't even know if he exists? How could I
Right, but
possibly know
we're not
what his
claiming that
reasons
if
are?
he
Because
doesn't
he did
exist,
something
because then it never
terrible.
happened.
What he
right?
did was terrible, regardless what his reasons were.
So if everyone on the planet except for Noah and his family were baby Hitlers, it wasn't justified?
Thank you.
That's a huge assumption there.
That's what the Bible
There
says.
was
That
bad
They were
stuff
evil in the
going
heart
on.
continually.
that
Evil in the heart
fetuses in the
continually.
womb were all baby Hitlers?
Yeah, Noah pleaded that same moral.
And you don't think Adolf Hitler could have been taught to do better things if he had been raised a little differently? You don't think natural stuff could have changed the course of events for that particular person?
So Noah pleaded with God to not flood the earth, and God said, "If you can show me one person who is righteous, who is not a completely abhorrent human being, I will spare them."
Why
And it
would
didn't happen.
God need
I
a
think that's
human
so
being to
demonic.
show him such
I
a
have a
thing?
question.
Yeah, and then I have a question after that. And then
I
we
mean,
have, to,
how does that
we have
even-
a question
even make
from
sense
Robert
that an
in chat,
all-knowing
and
God-
then Sam, too.
How does that even make sense that an all-knowing God would need a human being to show him such a thing?
Well, he already knew the answer. He was just placating to him.
So God is dishonest on top of it then.
No, it's a narrative.
Humoring somebody is not being dishonest, right? If
That's
my
not-
son says,
That's not
"Dad,
humoring somebody.
why can't I play with your chainsaw
That's not
today?"
humoring somebody. You're talking about an all-powerful being. Am I correct, or something?
There was
at
room
least
for all of them on the boat.
And he had an old man build a boat, with manual labor, doing things the hard way. That he could have done easily because he's all-powerful, and
That's
and
not
then
what
he's
he's
going to
chosen to do.
tell this old man, you know what? Before you go and build the boat, go and interview every single human being on the planet, and come back and let me know what you find.
That there's a boat.
I mean, why? What moral justification could there possibly be for
He
for
preached for 120 years to the people.
let alone how evil he
To
actually
repent.
did? Which
My
would be even
thing
worse.
is,
I mean,
120
if you
years.
believe the story, he did an evil thing, and if you can't see that it's an evil thing, then you're using a bad moral foundation.
and I have just 2 points for that, which is I find it hard to believe that everyone on the planet was just Hitler. Like that's a fun thought experiment. And I know the Bible apparently was apparently saying that.
And if they would have wiped themselves out. God would have had to.
But then I don't understand why he didn't just make everyone stop being evil. Like if you're drowning them, so that's the free will is right out the window, and you don't believe in free will. So what's the whole point?
He has his
That
reasons. I don't know.
He's got a plan, and he's letting people make their decision.
But
Well,
from our viewpoint,
I would say
those reasons
his
seem evil.
reason for he was evil because it's the only justification I could find for doing something.
Until you know his reason why he chose to do that,
Okay,
you
I don't
can't make
have
a
to know
claim
his
whether it's
reasons why
evil or
at all.
not.
I don't have to know his reasons why in order for me to know that if he knew the whole situation, then he knew what he was doing is evil. So the only possible explanation is that he did it because he was evil.
Oh, that's not the logical conclusion. If he knew the reasons why he
That is
did
the
it
logical
and they were
conclusion.
justified, then how is that being evil? Why would he have to know he's being evil? If he feels that he's justified, if you feel that you're justified in doing something, do you feel that you're evil? Right. So if a homosexual couple gets married and they feel justified in doing that, are they evil?
I can find a better solution than your all-knowing God could. So your all-knowing God was evil, or he doesn't exist. One of the two.
Brian, I think we're having a little.
I mean, if
right
an
there.
all-knowing God couldn't find a better solution than I could find, he wasn't trying to. He didn't want a better solution.
So we
He
can
wanted to do
keep
evil.
on going back and forth, and we will. But with that in mind, Sam, we are midnight ranting on theism versus atheism, which has a better moral foundation. How are
I like
you?
Will, by the way.
And what are your
I like you
thoughts?
too,
Oh,
Dan.
I like both of you guys.
And I have
Exactly.
ordered a new capture card, by the way. This is absolutely driving me nuts. It's been doing this since the last stream. So,
Will, escape the matrix. Escape.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Donald, why
one
are
of
you
those
still
other
playing?
gods messing with your graphics.
no, it's what happens when you buy the $35 capture card off of Amazon. That's what happens. So.
And just to be clear, that was not meant to be serious.
And okay, Sam, how are you? Have you been listening along? Did you have
Hi,
some
Sam.
thought on your mind? And when you're done, Peter's behind stage too. But what's on your mind?
Peter.
Actually, I just wanted to hang out and chill and see what it's about. I did try to watch some of the debate, and as an outsider from the community, I just thought it was really toxic. Even as an atheist, I could not stand behind Skylar. He's just killing babies. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that a straw man? Besides, I expected, what's his name, Ken? I expected him to dodge questions and change answers and stuff like that. A lot. I expect that from theists. So it's kind of like, okay, you know what kind of ball game is coming. I just felt very toxic. As far as where I think morality comes from, I think it's a human construct, because we can just study animals. Some of by their behavior, you can tell. I guess they might have a code of ethics or whatnot, depending on if they attack each other or who they salute or respect. You can tell dominant and submissives within a social circle and whatnot. But even with morality, there's always going to be someone who comes up with some way around it, like there is no honor among thieves, or all is fair in love and war, or just like it's another human construct that is different every culture around the world you go to, but is inevitable and formed by us, as another means of survival, just like emotions and our ability to display emotions with our faces. How many other animals have facial? I do know other species do, but it's inevitable human construct, like love or hate or just any kind of emotion.
Kill them all, let God sort them out.
Okay.
Yeah, any morality that comes from above is hard to believe, because the next person can say, well, God told me this, or the next person could say, well, your gods are false. My God told me this, and this is moral, and it's
exactly.
That is a problem.
Everyone
DeVito told me this.
But it doesn't prove that God didn't give moral commands or create moral commands.
No, there might have been a lot of gods who gave moral commands, and depending on how you define what a god is,
Well,
there might have been a lot of them who gave conflicting moral commands.
The moral commands of the Judeo-Christian tradition has made your life pretty good, I would say.
Really?
Yeah.
Commands like
Open
worship
atheism,
only
virtue,
me. Don't put any
schools,
other gods before me.
just war theory, science.
I'd say
These are all
think
things that come from them.
the Enlightenment and our Constitution.
I mean,
are much
everything
really
good that
stuff.
everything good
Yeah,
that
he's
the
giving God all that
Bible has to
credit.
offer, it borrowed from something else. So none of that is original to the Bible.
It's
None
all,
of that is original.
it's
to
all
the
borrowed. It's all,
Judeo-Christian.
none of it's
It's
original.
all derived.
That's crazy, man.
No, it's not crazy. That's
Hyperbolic.
historic.
But you know what's
History
not
is my worst
crazy?
subject, and I still know that.
Do you guys know what's not crazy?
Peter,
Peter, how are
Peter,
you
he is
doing
not
from
crazy.
Midnight Ranting? We are talking about theism versus atheism.
Hi, Peter.
Which has a better moral foundation? How are you, and what are your thoughts? And I'll
Looks
remember.
nice and
to-
fun there.
I'm-
location in hell.
I'm coming to you straight from the pit of hell. So
Woohoo!
I'm loving it,
Well,
Peter.
praise-
I actually get
praise
to
the
see you
devil.
this time.
Atheist confirmed.
Thank God.
Woohoo!
I like it.
So, I like the
How's Satan
Can't
doing
quite
down
read
there?
what it
Is he
says.
good?
The resolution to that.
it's a little warm, so I took off my shirt and I had this underneath. Thank God for country music. So now I'm losing all of my audience because there's God and country music
You're
on
just
the
being
T-shirt. Amy, take me off full screen, please. Please, I'm not that pretty.
Hey, I was just getting excited that I remembered to put people on full screen. I should have put Sam on full screen. But yeah.
Okay.
I will say there is that one good country song where the girl keys their car. So all girls are like, yeah.
The best thing of country music is when you play it backwards, because if you play it backwards, you get your car back, you get your wife back, you get your house back, you get your dog back, you get your job back. I mean,
all the bad stuff unhappens.
Happy.
Everything,
music, Peter.
Everything God cannot do, you'll get if you play country music backwards. What did you say, Will?
I said even I don't like country music, Peter. I mean, come on now.
You don't like country now too.
So Will, if I tell you that I had my own country music radio and TV show here in Holland, and then I'm losing points.
I mean, no. I mean, you're free to like what you like. I mean, I personally prefer electronic music and punk rock. So that's what I like.
You lit his country music award on fire.
Me too, Will.
Many years ago, country music was one of the few forms of music that I didn't like, and it's not anymore. I've learned to like, I would say, probably the majority of country music. What's left now, I think, is rap music. Most rap music I still don't like. I don't think there's a category left other than that.
Yeah, I like rap music. It depends on the rap music.
I like some rap music, but most of it I don't.
90s rap.
Lack of melody and all.
Recently, when the news about Theism Bruggencate came out, I just had to tweet a song from Johnny Cash, "God's Gonna Strike You Down," which I thought was apparently he had sex. So
how dare he?
It happens to the best.
Yes.
What is he not married?
Wow.
Is he not married?
And he was audacious enough to have sex with a woman. So
it's getting worse.
yeah,
Triggered.
for a guy who hasn't been married yet, I would say he at least he had something a little bit overdue. I mean, I talked to him. I got along with Cy pretty well. I think.
It's not hurricane season.
I could see where Yahweh would have a problem with that. I mean, after all, he tried to knock up Abram and get him to have a butt baby, and then when he finally did get a woman pregnant, apparently he did that without sex. So the big problem here isn't that Yahweh had a problem with it. It is that the elders of his church had a problem with it, and yeah. Well, that makes more sense. They probably actually exist.
As tight ass as in the side chat. I'm gonna call him tight ass. I seen him being called tight ass, so I like that a lot better than Titan Uranus. So as he said, he had sex with a vulnerable woman. So I don't know what that means, and I've come to learn that when that is a statement from a church, I'm not always what you might think it would be. At least not from
vulnerable in a different sense.
This kind of church. But
my guess would be if it was a normal church, it would be because he was in a position of authority-ish, and so therefore she would be vulnerable.
Yeah,
that could be the case. I don't know. So as I said, I talked to him on our show, and I talked to him backstage too. When I talked to him backstage, I got a different picture from the one that you have of Theism Bruggencate in public. So I'm keeping an open mind. Probably he did something that he shouldn't have done. Is it worth losing everything over? I don't know. We'll have to wait.
From what worldview?
What comes out? Sorry?
From what worldview was it wrong? From his worldview or any worldview?
And so Peter answer, and then we're going to add in Oz.
Okay, so the fun thing in this is that I don't hold to a worldview, because I think the concept of a worldview is useless. But that might just be me. I think it was wrong from his worldview.
Yeah, but what most people mean by a worldview, I agree.
Yeah, Yeah. So how you
Just
view the world, how you view the world has no bearing on reality. Things don't get different if you view the world in a different way.
So normally
Reality.
from
That seemed
reality
really
still.
telling to me.
So
Seems
normally
really
from like a what they call a church discipline section, if he would have been just a regular member of the congregation, it probably would have just been, hey, you shouldn't do that. It's sinful. But when you're in a leadership position, they're held to a higher standard, I guess you could say. And they're supposed to
Yeah.
be beyond reproach. And so therefore if you disqualify yourself, then there's I guess you could say there's higher repercussions than your average, guy sitting there. So that's probably the difference.
That I think
okay,
I think that is probably why he's getting punished harder than anyone else would be. But as I said, I'm waiting for stuff to come out because in the beginning everyone was talking about how he might have had sex with a guy or with a boy, and so from me talking to him, I didn't get that impression at all. Unlike what people think, off air he was pretty respectful. So there's two people. I think for his ministry he put up an act just to gain attention because off air he's different. But might just have been me because I don't know.
And okay, we're about to go back into open conversation, but let's bring in Oz. Oz, we are midnight ranting on theism versus atheism. Which has a better moral foundation? How are you, and what are your thoughts? Oh,
You get.
Did we lose him?
You got 10 on screen.
I upgraded to the thing. You know what? Give me 1 second. Let me happen if I refresh it. I'll be right back, guys.
My favorite pro-lifer.
Keep on talking.
Oz is my favorite pro-lifer.
Oz is one of my favorite people as well. So
I love Oz is a good guy. Really good guy. Welcome back, Amy.
Who are any of these people are, but that's cool.
There's Oz. Hey, Oz.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, Oz.
What up? What up? How's
Not
everybody
Oz, but
feeling?
no Amy.
Oh,
How's
Amy needs to be on here. Do I need to back out so Amy can be on here?
No.
I could sit in the backstage if somebody needs to sit.
No, that's actually supposed to happen. Amy, as the host, she will cam herself
There she
down.
is. There she goes.
It should allow 12, and I'm trying to figure out how. So that's okay. While I'm figuring that out, Oz, how are you tonight on our Midnight Ranting, and what are your thoughts on theism versus atheism? Which one has a better moral foundation?
Well, I'm fantastic and I'm trying to do better. If anybody cares, I've been working hard all day on this tournament for Saturday, so I'm about gassed out. But I'm here to rant at midnight, and of course, I think there's so many ways you can look at the theist, the atheist perspective on things. But if we're taking it down to a scriptural basis, no, I don't think there's any way a theist can claim morality. But I haven't been here for the whole conversation, so I don't know what direction it's taking. But with the whole side thing, somebody said, is it from your worldview or their world, or your worldview or my worldview? It's from their worldview. Being a 30-something year evangelical Christian, it is their worldview. That if somebody already mentioned this, if a layman commits this sin, it's a slap on the wrist. It's just go along your way, everything will be okay. But if it's a pastor, it's like, no, you lose all your shit. Like you lose your career, you lose everything. And I actually feel bad for Sai, because if he's a man that made a mistake and now he has to lose everything, because he's supposed to have this higher standard, like he has superhuman powers above the rest of the humans that attend the church. I think that's pretty fucked up.
It's not that you have to be that way forever, right?
I fully agree, and I have to be honest, Oz, I wasn't even expecting this coming from you, but I fully agree. He lost his entire livelihood. He's not allowed to be in ministry anymore. He was disqualified by his elders. that has some ramifications. And if you then take into consideration that we're in the middle of a pandemic, and he's got a blue collar job where he probably is not going to find a job fairly soon, so he's pretty screwed.
I think they're held to a higher standard because it's the same thing no matter if it's the church or the PTA or Congress. Elected or appointed members are held to a higher standard because they're supposed to be role models. That's why, like, even if you cheat on your spouse, you lose all your shit. Even though, like, I honestly don't care. I honestly don't fucking care if a politician or an army general cheats on their spouse. But because they're in such a high position, they're supposed to be polished and shiny and fake model citizen. It's in the name, model citizen. So they're supposed to be something that we all strive to be. So if you fuck up and do this very human thing, then you're not perfect. You're supposed to live like you're perfect.
Exactly, and that's why I do not miss part of being in the ministry in Christianity that I don't miss is that fishbowl where it's like you're supposed to be this pretty polished packaged thing that you don't make mistakes and you don't act a certain way, you don't say certain words, and you don't drink certain drinks, and you don't do these certain things. And I think, you know, when I look back now at, you know, when I was in athletics, when I was in high school, Charles Barkley came out and said, "I am not your role model. I am not your role model." Guess what? That should be your parents, your family. That when we start looking at politicians and religious figures and celebrities to be our role models, and those are our examples, we already fucked up. We already fucked up doing that.
Because guess what? Not just politicians like hookers.
Can I respond to that a little bit, Oz?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna turn my camera off because the blinking is driving me nuts. To come back at you a little bit on that, the point of it isn't supposed to be that you have to be maybe in some churches and some congregations that is true. You have to be this perfect example. If you make one mistake, you're dead and done, right? Correct church leadership and discipline is supposed to be that before the situation even happened, he should have been going to his elder or his accountability partner and letting them know that he was having these thoughts and that they could work around it and pray about it. If he had gone that route versus done it in secret, they would have responded completely different. At least in the churches that I grew up in.
Well, there's a little bit more to it as well, because it only came out because someone in the church threatened to make it public, and that's when he went to his elders and confessed. That's the part that I worry about a little, because he should have come out and said what he had done immediately and not wait until someone is going to threaten to make it public. That's the only part that I worry about. Other than him having sex, if it was with mutual consent, power to him.
And so we have a question. I'm going to ask the question, and then I'm going to actually swap myself out for LR to give their opening. So I'm going to bring up from Jay Mixon. Okay, question. Would it be morally irresponsible to put a human being in a leadership position if we are sinful by nature? Should the church have a leader?
That's a damn good question.
Well, I think God should speak for himself, and I mean, if we're going to say the leaders are getting their instructions from God, we shouldn't be getting the instructions from those leaders. Then we should just be getting them directly from God. And the more our technology advances to the point where that could be faked, the less sense it would make for God to have waited that long to do something like that. It just, I mean, if there was really a God out there, he could have set up the kind of technology we have now for himself to use way back when humans were still living in caves. Just saying.
If you look back in the Old Testament, I think initially God didn't even want Israel to have a king. He just wanted to rule them directly, but it was the people that wanted that earthly human figurehead. So I guess I'd say that God kind of worked the way people want that.
Well, they wanted to be able to see that God was there and hear that God was telling them things, and I think that's the problem, is that there wasn't actually a God to do that. So they ended up needing someone to fill that role of being the middleman, even though, the idea was to get rid of that because, if you don't have that middleman, well, then who's going to tell you what God said, since God ain't doing it himself? If he did it himself, problem solved. Just
and I want to add to that. I want to add to that God's communication with the middleman also isn't flawless, because in the exact same week it came out that Cy had to step back from ministry. It also came out that Kent Hovind is looking for his fourth wife. Well, technically his second, because he wasn't married to the two that he just had.
Poor Kent.
But that's a little sidestep. So, and Hovind is still in ministry. So,
well, his own ministry that he created. It's kind of hard to get kicked out of your own ministry.
Wait, is this the same dude as Dr. Dinosaur?
Yeah, or if there is really a God in charge, well, then God's ministry, because God has a say in the matter, right?
Or if you want to call what Kent Hovind does an actual
Sam,
ministry.
you officially get that reference.
How many names does he have?
Will, I have to agree with you. I don't consider Kent Hovind's ministry a ministry. It's a labor camp for the glory of Kent Hovind.
And the dude, Tiger King, the dude.
Lots of ministries have been. Well, not all for Kent Hovind, of course.
And okay, guys, I'll just sit back. I love my producing seat, so don't worry about me. That's okay. LR, we are having a midnight ranting on theism versus atheism. Which has a better moral foundation? What are your...
Hello, LR.
Hello.
Welcome,
Just a
LR.
quick mic check. Can everyone hear me good?
I can hear you.
We hear you.
Awesome. Yep. Perfect. So I guess it would be a quick opening, just as in, I would reiterate what some of the other speakers have already said, which is the question is kind of formulated in a way that is kind of misleading of what atheism represents. I think a better way to put it would be, does theism offer the most logical, practical, rational, moral system?
Or one that even is.
Yeah. But I think, it's a simple reiteration though of what has already been said. It's just which way you guys kind of want to look at it from. It's kind of hard to throw atheism in there without having to throw a lot of other moral systems in there from a lot of other different religions. But to assume that atheism has something to offer in that domain, I would kind of reject that notion. I would more say that if you look into something like the Secular Humanist Manifesto, that does lay out, a foundation for morals, but it's tied in with atheism, of course, but it's not inherently dependent on it, if that makes sense.
Absolutely makes
right
sense.
On.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. I don't understand why that it keeps coming up as a debate topic, and not just specifically, whether atheism or theism has the better moral foundation, but whether atheism or theism has the better anything, because atheism doesn't have anything except a lack of theism. So which one has the better lack of theism? Well, atheism wins. It's got the better lack of theism.
Agreed.
I hate the lack of theism definition.
But it's the one that fits all of the different uses. I mean, you can put qualifiers on, you can make subsets, and you can call some of those subsets atheism, which they are.
Donald, hold on. Donald, hold on. So LR said you hate the lack of.
No, that's Martin. That's me. I said that.
Oh, okay. So why?
Because it's not specific. Because it's basically historically the definition. That's not what the definition was. Atheism wasn't defined as a lack of belief.
Well, I'm glad you bring that up.
Okay. So what you're saying is that if someone says I'm gay, you think they're happy, And if
No.
someone says my wife has just given birth to a girl, you think that she got a boy.
Well, you
No.
you do have a good point, and if
I
I just
think
may,
atheism, the way I define it, or the way it's defined in like the like philosophical literature, is a better definition.
Well-
I hate to break it to you. In philosophical literature, both definitions are used.
No, so
That and
yes,
definitions are
yes.
revised as time goes
If
on.
you if you look at the what is it, the one that they always bring up, the
Flume?
Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy?
Yes, I know, but,
Yeah,
but you have to understand in the philosophy
that
of
one-
religion,
that one
it's a
lists
definition. It's a very small minority view.
Just
my
like
point.
facts.
And-
That doesn't mean it's wrong.
Revised
But
as
it's a
time
small
goes on,
minority
they
view.
learn more.
And at the moment, it is the majority.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No,
jurisdictionary
read the
justice.
philosophy of religion. It's not the
And the majority of people who identify as an atheist just lack a belief in God.
Well,
that's it.
That's fine. You could call that atheism if you like. I just think that the
Well, that is-
definition.
Okay, so
That
so
is both
can
historically
I
and
can I
etymology
can I
what the word
ask
means.
can I ask you, are you a theist or an atheist?
Atheist. And by atheist I mean I believe that I believe there are no gods.
Okay,
That's my
so if you talk to a Christian, so we've got Will here in the room, and,
Yep.
and Will's a Christian. Is Will a Christian, or is he not a Christian because he's a Calvinist? And so are Catholics Christians? Are Baptist Christians?
Yeah, I think that's all subsets of Christianity. Different.
That was my point.
yes.
But if someone identifies as a Christian, and we've got an utter nut job out there demolishing doctrine, Richard, who has who created his own religion, and still calls himself a Christian. Wouldn't it be a lot more honest that if you ask a person how they identify and why, and then just accept how they identify? I think that would be the best way to go.
Thank you.
Oh,
Peter.
sure. I mean, call yourself what do you like? It's just like if you want to be specific and understood without having to.
Well, if you want to be understood, then use a qualifier word, because if you're calling yourself an atheist, you are grouping yourself in with people who don't have a belief in a lack of God. They simply don't have a belief in a God. And if you want to not group yourself in with those people, then be more specific. It's kind of like, I think what Peter was getting at. And Peter, you can correct me if I'm wrong. If somebody says that they're a Christian,
for once we agree. It doesn't happen a lot, but for once we
There are
agree.
levels of atheism.
if somebody says that they're a
You can be
Christian,
agnostic or
and
Gnostic.
if somebody says that they're a Christian because they worship Jesus Christ, and Will were to turn around and say, well, I don't define Christianity that way. I think in order to be a Christian, you have to be a Calvinist. He'd be making a mistake, because that is a subset of Christian. And Will, you can correct me if you
Perhaps
disagree
you're
with that
looking
being
for the
subset.
difference
But
between
and
atheism
we
and
have
anti-theism.
And we have to keep in mind. Sorry, Donald. We have to keep in mind. Words do not have meanings. Words have usages, and those change over time.
Sure.
At this moment, the colloquial use of the word atheism is a lack of belief in a God. That is the colloquial use. And when you then come up with an outdated, if you come up with an outdated encyclopedia and say, "Whoa, the word has different meaning in this book,"
I just mentioned that a moment ago.
Whoop-de-doo. I don't care. The time changes. The meaning of a word changes. It is used in a different way, as I just pointed out. In the late 1800s, early 1900s, a male newborn child was called a girl. Doesn't happen a lot these days that male children are called girls. Gay people used to be people who were cheerful. If you grew up with the Flintstones, it's literally in the opening song.
Yeah.
Which by the way, also has the connotations of young Earth creationism, but that's a whole other can of worms. But words change. The meaning we give to a word changes over time, and I think it is as insulting to call someone not an atheist because they just lack a belief as a Baptist calling a Catholic not a Christian. It is not up to them. It is their belief. They identify as a Christian and they follow that particular church. That's up to them.
Yeah, and if you go with a general usage meaning, if you go with a generalized definition, it will be more encompassing and it will include more usage than the more narrow definitions. Because, for example, all people, without exception that I know of, and anybody can point one out if they know of one, all people who believe that there are no gods also lack a belief that there is a God.
Yes, you get this whole thing with
subcategory
this
fits the category.
agnosticism versus
I think if we want to be,
people die on.
I think if we want to be clear, we want to separate two things, and that is belief and knowledge. So you can be an agnostic theist and a Gnostic theist, and for the same reasons, you can be an agnostic atheist and a Gnostic atheist.
Knowledge is a subset of belief. They're not.
Yes, but they're two different things.
No, they're not two different things. In order for something to be knowledge, you have to believe it, right?
Knowledge is
Do you
demonstrable.
have to believe a proposition?
Knowledge is demonstrable. Belief is not.
Now, do you have to believe a proposition for it to be knowledge? Yes or no?
As I said, knowledge is demonstrable. Belief is not. You can believe in a God, but you can't demonstrate that the God exists.
Okay,
and you can know that a certain God doesn't exist,
Martin, if I can reply,
and you can
demonstrate.
demonstrate.
Just tell me one thing that's knowledge. Tell me one thing. Just give
Martin,
me an
if I can reply to that, that comes back to what I was saying earlier about
a
narrow definition
over your lifetime.
A narrow definition or a general definition. If there are narrow definitions of knowledge that would fit what you're talking about. If you go with a more general definition of knowledge, it doesn't fit anymore.
Yes.
No, it's quite easy. Knowledge is demonstrable.
Okay.
If you know something,
I didn't hear what Sam said. I didn't hear what Sam said. Give me an example.
A simple definition.
No, not definition. Give me an example of something that you know.
I know my name.
Gravity. We've got math. We've got.
No, just something specific. Something specific knowledge. Just anything very specific.
I know my name is Peter, and I can demonstrate it.
Okay. You know your name is Peter. Do you believe that your name is Peter?
I also believe that my name is Peter, but
knowledge is a subset of belief.
That becomes secondary. That becomes secondary. That becomes secondary the moment.
His name is demonstrable. It's on a birth certificate.
That's that's a contradiction because he could not have the knowledge of his name, and yet his name was given to him, and it has legalities around it.
He doesn't
know that his name is Peter.
I said the difference between belief and knowledge is that knowledge is demonstrable, belief is not.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is the word demonstrable is doing a lot of work there.
Yes. And it should.
What I said. How about what I said? All right.
If you can't show it, this is I stole this from Arn Ra. If you can't show it, you don't know it.
I simply said knowledge. This is my best definition I just came up with. Okay, with all my wisdom of 31 years, knowledge is a collection of facts you've learned over life. It is a fact. Your name is Peter. We have the documentation. We can, if your birth parents are still alive, your adoptive parents, we can ask them why they chose your name as Peter and such on.
Yeah, some people would narrow that down to only if it's true. But there again, like I said, that's a question of, are we talking about a broader definition, a more general definition, or a more narrow definition? Yeah, I like your definition as a more general one.
Facts.
And so I just want to bring up a few questions, and then I want to bring in Simos Funk, who's backstage. Martin, I think Titan had something. He said, tell Martin he's a global atheist and some of us are local atheists. We are all atheists. If you had a comment for that. Or if not.
That's true. That's true. Good point.
I think by global he meant something other than what comes to mind when I think of global, because I think he's talking about like all encompassing as opposed to shaped like a globe.
No, what he means is some people can make a point that there are no gods, while others restrict themselves to
that's what I thought.
To several positions that they've been.
There's got to be a better word for that than global, but okay, I understood that. Just checking. All right, I'm going to take off and leave the rest of you guys talking.
He's
Hey,
called
Donald,
Titan.
it was nice having you on.
He's called Titan Uranus, so he's a double global atheist.
And
All right,
so
thanks everyone for having me here.
And so, Jay,
Very
I'd
good.
actually want to comment about that because I think it's different, so it needs a different definition to be an anti-theist. It's not the same as an atheist, but I think it's actually, in my opinion, I think it is tenable because I think we could see, not to my lovely theists here because they're so amazing, but in other instances, I guess we're the other side sometimes.
It's a valid debate to have. I mean, we've debated it on here many times.
And I think we're the other side to a lot of atheists as well.
Exactly. I would say it's not really that I'm against them themselves. It's just they're pro-theism, we're anti-theism, if that just makes sense. Yeah. And okay.
Whether theism does more good or
Amy,
bad in the world.
Amy,
Yes.
do we need to open the can of worms of what anti-theism means? Because I'm an anti-theist, and I've got a strict definition for that. And I recently came across my dear friend
Why don't you pull up Wikipedia?
Randolph Richardson uses a completely different definition for that, and we don't disagree. We don't agree on that, and probably never will. So
what's Wikipedia say?
I don't know. So I'm an anti-theist in that I want religion gone. I don't want to make that a mandatory thing. We shouldn't do that by force. We should do that by education. And Randolph thinks that an anti-theist is someone who thinks there are no gods, which would be in my book, a hard atheist or a Gnostic
that's
atheist.
strong atheist to me.
So
Gnostic atheist.
We need someone to fight that war and to settle down the definitions, and so that we all can agree what a word means. Probably, I don't know.
And okay, I'll get to.
I'm still amazed by my cup. My cup has
I was
my
about to
logo.
say, how does your cup have the fire on it?
No, it has the logo on it, but in the dishwasher, it completely bleached, and the only way I can show that there is actually a logo on it is when I'm on camera, because the camera will still see it, and it's kind of green, and because I'm using a green screen, now my cup is on fire.
Well,
James really drinking upgraded fire.
The amenities down in hell.
Yeah.
I'm drinking hot coffee.
They serve coffee in hell. I'm sold.
They don't have iced coffee.
Got a whole pot.
They do, but it's only decaf.
Keep in mind it is 6:18 a.m. here.
Oh wow.
And again, I haven't slept, so
that's okay.
You started earlier than usual tonight, Peter. So
yeah,
and almost
still,
on time.
But the problem is, you guys, last weekend, you moved the entire continent an hour further away. So now all the flights to the U.S. need to take an hour longer, so they're all running out of fuel. And you'll have to wait until this weekend when Europe and Asia and the rest of the world catches up.
It's actually a
So
growing trend that Americans are starting to I think. No, actually, no. I have no proof. But
I don't like
I'm
daylight
under the
savings time.
assumption that Americans are growing to dislike daylight savings time more and more often.
I'm
I
getting
think
that
more
way, too.
people like it than don't like it, but I hate it.
Oh, really?
Get rid of it.
And okay.
Because there's
with
more
that,
people calling for it to be year-round daylight time than to get rid of it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'd
feel.
rather have this time right now all year round than regular time.
And
all year
Alaska's
round.
like, what do you
Yeah.
mean? It's sunny year round, all 24 hours of the day. What are you talking about?
Last Sunday on Aaron Ross show, someone made the point that we should have one time, and that time would be global, and then we can get rid of all the time zones, because then 11 p.m. will be in the morning for someone, where it will be at night for someone else. But if you have to make an appointment, everyone on the globe knows when it's going to be 11 p.m.
I was about to make a flat Earth show.
Oh,
And with that in mind,
you had to go there.
well, how could we prove that it's round if you get rid of time?
I still need to talk to a flat earther, because I want to know what kind of a skirt the sun is wearing, because according to some of the flat earthers, the sun has a skirt, so that's why
I
it
don't think
gets
we have
dark.
any here.
Maybe the Earth is transitioning. Speaking of nothing about that related, Simos Funk, we are Midnight Ranting on Theism versus Atheism. Which has
Simos,
a better
here's a flat
moral
earther.
foundation? How are you tonight?
Oh, don't get me bloody started. There's one thing I can say is, the end of the world's going to happen very, very soon, and I'm going to rant about everything. Right, the next thing, firstly, Tottenham. Fuck Tottenham, we won. Yeah, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. Oh, yeah. There's
Got
no
lucky, mate. You got
no-
lucky in the box.
No such thing as God, obviously. Otherwise, Tottenham would have won.
Obviously.
That's the first point. The second point is... no, I'll slow down a little bit with my speaking now. The second point is... as long as you've got a reason as to why you hold your position, I don't think there's a problem. And I don't mean that you have to justify it to other people. I mean, you should be able to justify your beliefs to yourself, at least in some casual way. And I think that's really what the definition of atheism comes down to. If you want to say that comes down to, I've got no reason to believe in something, and that is my reason, well, it's a little dubious philosophically, but it's still a reason. And no one says you have to have a good reason to hold your beliefs, just some kind of reason. So that's where the kind of disjunction works for me. I'm a hard atheist, and I think I've got good reasons to believe that there are no gods. And so I would draw a distinction between that and the lacktheism position. But of course, I am a lacktheist because I do lack a disbelief in God. All right? I just recognize that I'm a hard atheist, and so my reasons for it are slightly different to somebody who won't go as far as to say they're a hard atheist. But that's a separate term altogether. Anti-theism doesn't matter to me at all. If you're a mass killer, a sociopath, and you believe in God and that stops you killing people, well, that's your reason. Good on you. Keep it going. So that's that. And if you manage to overcome some terrible addiction like sex or drugs or alcohol or any of these other terrible addictions which blight people's lives, and you put that down to Christianity, well, good on you. At least you got over the addiction. But I would be wary of those people nonetheless, because it seems obsessive personality has just been transferred over to something else, which can also be harmful. So you still got to be careful. That's that out of the way with. And then the last thing I want to rant about is back to the theism, atheism, which has a better moral foundation. Well, again, another rubbish debate title by modern day debates. All right, because theism, which type of theism, right? It's not saying anything. Atheism, well, atheism doesn't claim to have a moral foundation. So again, it's just a rubbish title. However, I do think the answer down to moral foundation comes from, and I think there are studies to show this, that it comes down to children that are brought up in very authoritarian households, right, are less likely to... Oh, do you just have a little wee there?
No, coffee.
Oh, it's coffee, beg your pardon. He is people that are brought up in very authoritarian households have or need this structure, I think, in order to possess or profess their moral ideals. And I think that's an issue and a bit of a problem. I think generally the types of theism that we're presented with tend to be on the more authoritarian side, because of course they look at God as being an authority which is undinted, and therefore it's, if you're indoctrinated heavily into theism, whichever type of theism it is, that's more likely, a personal type of theism, doesn't include some Buddhism and some Jainism, etc., but that's more likely to lead to the recognition of authorities as being infallible. That's a problem for morality. Okay, so I'm a humanist also as an theist, as an atheist. I'm a humanist, and of course, humanism is where I derive my moral foundations from. Nothing to do with atheism. So those are the 3 points. Really, it's down to how you've been brought up.
Simus, you left out the most important one.
What's that?
Well, as everyone knows, the British invented time. So, what's your take on daylight savings?
Yeah, I mean, everybody should obviously be on British time. God is, of course, an Englishman, as we all know, and there we go. I have no answer.
Which begs the question: Why are you British and not Brit, and why are you English and not Ing? So.
Yeah. Okay. Angle. You mean? England comes from angle.
No, it's English.
I know it's English, but that's...
British. We're kind of British,
right.
not entirely Brit, but British.
Yeah. Okay. England derives from the word angle.
Yeah.
Engel, obviously pronounced in German.
Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, that's besides the point. Anyway, but that's my basic point about the foundation. I dislike it when Skylar tries to pin these things into the Bible in such a way. Yes, I think we can all agree that if we take a literal reading of the Bible, that there is a huge amount of immoral stances within it, as we would say from an exterior point of view. But of course, they have their justifications, as weak as they are, right? So such things as, well, we can't. God is mysterious. God is mysterious. He has sufficient reasons. Everybody was a sinner. Therefore, anything God does is justified. Okay, I don't buy it because I think I think it falls into this authoritarian issue, which I find most distasteful. So.
But you brought his jabs in. That's what I was saying. He's getting his jabs in. I mean.
Yeah, I got the first one in, and that's all I really wanted to come in and do. 2-1, 2-1.
Simus, so first of all, that must mean there is a God, because otherwise your team would have won. But you brought up an interesting point, because every single time I see the topic, which has the better moral values, theism or atheism, 9 out of 10 times the people defending the theist side will be Christians, and they will only defend Christianity. And that's not what the title says, because it says theism. So the Christians also need to defend Muslims, Islam. And
a good example, actually, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think
go ahead.
This will prove your point. A couple years ago, Amy showed me a debate where Deepak Chopra, was it Deepak Chopra versus Christopher
Probably.
Hitchens? Yeah, so, and he's definitely not Christian.
That was like a month ago.
No, this was like years ago.
I'm not sure what Chopra is. He may be a Christian.
He is. He's a New Age Christian.
Really? I thought he.
I don't think he was brought up as that, but I'm pretty. I think he lives in America, makes his money on the speaking circuit. So.
Yeah.
Or maybe
Chopra is somewhere between. If you take like Christianity over here and like a healing crystal over here, and you're like a diagram, Deepak Chopra.
He's a quantum Christian.
Oh, quantum Christian. Okay, once again, healing crystal over here.
I don't even know what that
That's
means.
another kind of
I didn't
Christian.
know he's
Yeah.
Christian. I thought he was like some
quantum
type of
atheist.
religion.
Okay, so this is the perfect segue for me to say that there is merchandise available, blocked by Deepak Chopra. I made that. It's available on Scientist Mel's web shop. All proceeds go to different kinds of charities, so you can go and have a look there. There's the blocked by series, so we've got oh damn, I keep calling him Meow Meow. Stefan Molyneux, we've got in there, and we've got Deepak Chopra, we've got our good dear friend S.J. Thomason, and so all of the proceeds go to charities. I also made some Black Lives Matter stuff, so if you want to do some good, buy
So
some
go
merch.
check out. And okay,
right.
go check out all that cool merch, and then I actually
Where is it
have
at, Peter?
another.
So I wanted
what
to hear a
channel?
response. I wanted to hear a response from Will here on the two things which I'm saying, which is atheism and theism debate, and obviously the game as well, just so he can have a response
Sure.
and get his digs in. Because I wouldn't want to
So-
just dig myself without getting a response dig.
That sounds good. So Will, make a response, and then I have a question for the theists anyway. So Will, all yours.
No, I mean, big up to Arsenal for playing one of their best games of the season and beating us on a penalty that wasn't a penalty in our worst game of the season. Big up to Arsenal. You were
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
all the neutrals, all the pundits are saying, even Lacazette himself said he got lucky, right? So
I love it. Thank you very much.
That's
That made
the
me laugh.
football. That's the football one. And then on the one that the other people here are able to enjoy. Yeah, I just don't necessarily think that it's a justification. I think it's a logical conclusion, right? Like when I say that God, that the reason why I can't say, why I feel that I can't judge God is because if God is actually God, then how can I judge him? I don't worship a humanistic projection of a God. I worship an actual God, right? If I'm honest to my beliefs. So it's not that it's just a woo easy answer, right? It's kind of the same way with like Skylight or Night, right? It's easy to say, well, it's subjective, right? I mean, when you don't have to defend your position, people like to say it's an easy out. But for me, it's not necessarily that it's an easy out. It's the actual fundamentals of my belief, right? I don't believe in a paper Jesus. That's not who I believe in. So that's it's not a justification. It's a logical conclusion in my mind.
Yeah, and again, I don't think I'd push back against that particular point. I think I conceded that people could have good and bad reasons, but there's still reasons for believing whatever position they hold. But
Sure.
they need to have a reason, and you come to some conclusion that this entity exists, and therefore everything follows from that. And that's that's fair enough to some degree. I'm not one to push back against that. What I am pushing back against on the moral foundations is the accountability side, right? And it seems to me that there is good data to say those that are brought up in authoritarian households, all right, are less likely to take the accountability and responsibility for their actions themselves, and they're more likely to put it onto an authority.
Yeah, I think that's like
that's
authoritarian fundamentalists that believe that they have free choice, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but they're less likely to be moral for the good reasons, and that seems to me a bad thing. So when we say which has a better moral foundation, or does theism have a good moral foundation, I think we could say the answer is no, on the basis that it comes from an authority, and that can't be a good reason. It can be a reason, but it's not a good reason, simply because if you work your own morals out yourself, you have to deal with the nitty-gritty of action, Whereas if you're told what it is, then of course you're not deciding what your morals are, and you're only responding to the carrot and stick that have been given to you by the authority. And that seems to me less or a little more dubious, because it's easier to be swayed, right, than by somebody says, well, actually God says this. Oh, okay, well, yeah, I believe in God, so therefore that's my moral. Okay, did God actually say it? We don't know, because it's an interpretation. As you can see from the 4,000 or so Christian faiths, there are many interpretations of the Word of God. So we're just not saying anything by saying God is the moral foundation.
And that's okay. I have a question for the theist. Speaking of moral foundation, as a majorly, I would like to know of one moral absolute from theism.
Could they define what they mean by a moral absolute? Are they talking about like a specific example from Scripture, or the nature of God?
I think they mean something which isn't contextual.
Well, wouldn't anything ordained by God be, by principle, absolutely moral? Well, a better question would be, can God make a decision that is immoral?
No, he couldn't. If he's a God, if he's truly the God of the Bible, he couldn't be immoral.
So
if he was a tri-omni God, he couldn't be immoral.
So then essentially, yes, everything is absolutely moral underneath God's will.
For him.
Elaborate. What do you mean?
For him, right? So everything he would do would be absolutely moral, right? Because he's the author of that morality, right? So if you're saying if God's nature is morality, right, which is what Scripture says, then anything God does is moral. Now, for us, right, we fall under the prescriptions of that morality, so we can be immoral. Just God can't be immoral. I don't know if that's necessarily what the question is. It asks for an example of moral absolute to the theist.
Well, that's what I was saying. Wouldn't a simple answer from your perspective, and correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't it be easier
God.
just to say everything?
Well, just God.
So on that basis, the only moral absolute I guess a Christian could say is to have no other gods before Yahweh. And that's difficult because of course you're then claiming that all the other religions are false by their nature.
Yeah,
it does make that claim.
So that's difficult.
What was that, Sam?
It's a very arrogant claim.
Yeah, it's God's
But
arrogance.
It's necessary, yeah.
I would also say, like, God's commands, we can look at history and our actions and all of God's commands. Like the 10 Commandments for sure make sense.
All of God's commands?
Like the 10 Commandments for sure. Like God didn't command people to go be
Well,
slave
that's
owners.
one example, but what about many other examples, such as slavery?
Yeah, what about the other 600 and plus commands?
Well, like I've heard that justified. Like our military, like you have to do certain things when you're a separate group. Like those were God. So our military, they have to dress a certain way. They have to address this. They have to address that.
Cannot equate being in the military to being a slave. Is that what you're attempting to do?
No, like the slavery thing, there's debates on what actually was slavery back in the day. Like the slavery definition that you have today, like with the
there's no
slave trade.
Human beings as
I hate
property.
to break it to you, but there's no debate. So there are people trying to deny that slavery is in the Bible. I agree with you on that, but there's no debate on whether or not that is slavery. If you can beat a person, if you can beat a person to the point where they only die after 3 days, I think it's you could compare that to the antebellum slavery in the U.S. There's also number 31, since you mentioned the military, where Moses sent his troops to kill all males, females, and children, except for the young virgin girls. They could keep those for themselves, which is literally child sex slavery. So there's a lot of slavery in the Bible.
Well, if I may,
command from God to. That's not what we're commanded to do as humans.
If I may,
So what you're saying is that your God condones and commands slavery.
For certain reasons, he justified, like he.
That makes him immoral.
Well, I mean,
Not
attempt
really,
to steel
like,
man,
look at-
from the Christian perspective. I guess
it wasn't just innocent people that he wasn't like, oh, let's go pick on these people.
Okay. So tell me what the virgin girls did to deserve to become sex slaves. I'd love
It
to.
doesn't
I'd
say
love
that
to
they're
hear.
sex slaves, though, Peter.
Yes, they can. So there's only one reason in the Bible why women need to be virgins, right?
No.
Yes.
Virgin has to do with an age.
Virgin
not a
has to
sexual
do
status.
virgin has to do with the fact that a woman needs to be a virgin when she gets married, and every woman is supposed to get married. So the whole virgin thing is for one reason only, and that is for having sex with them.
No,
and that is
they need to be of a. It needs to mean they had to be a certain age. It doesn't mean that
God
they're necessarily to
doesn't
be sex slaves. That they just get raped and passed around from dude to dude to dude. That's not. That's not what the scripture says.
What is in scripture about women who turn out not to be virgins on their wedding night? What happens to them?
They're stoned to death.
Exactly. So it has nothing to do with an age. It has to do with marriage.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. It's a part of marriage, right? So marriage is extremely important in that culture. It's not about being a sex slave. It's like you have to be able to get married.
And so you'd have to convince me, and you'd have to come up with some really good arguments why a young girl would marry the guy who slaughtered her entire family in front of her eyes. I don't think she would give consent to being married.
It never states that she has to marry the person who murdered her family. They're bringing them into.
It literally
as
says
workers.
that you can keep the virgin girls for yourselves, and then it turns out that in Numbers 31 there are not enough virgins, so they go to a different village that it has nothing to do with the entire story, but then they're told, well, on this and this time you will see virgins come along that and that particular road, and then you can take your virgin from there. Those were for the people who didn't get a virgin as the spoil of war. So,
yeah, but then but with God, it was illegal for people to have sex outside of marriage. So like God wasn't telling
it was also illegal for people to eat shrimp.
Yeah.
And God could tell you that you couldn't wear clothes made out of two different
but
fabrics,
you're
but
claiming
God
that
wasn't
told people to go
moral.
rape people.
God wasn't moral enough to say, "Hey, you can't own people as property." And then Jesus came along and said, "Slaves, obey your masters, especially the cruel ones." Mm-hmm. Jesus couldn't say, "Hey, wait a minute, you shouldn't own people as property." And why is there a difference between the Hebrews and the Gentiles? Because you couldn't enslave the Hebrews. God was specific about that. The Hebrews need to be let go in the 7th year, in the year of Jubilee. That was only for the Hebrews and only for the males, because fathers could sell their daughters into slavery and they would be slaves for life.
And many people
and you
chose
could
to be slaves.
And you could leave them in your will and pass them on to your children.
God never commanded us to go be slave owners.
God says your male and female slaves are to come from
yeah, and when they had wars, like it's a total different.
No. This had nothing to do with wars. God said you need to get your slaves from the nations around you. You shall not enslave the Hebrews. You will buy your male and female slaves from the nations surrounding you.
Right, when the Bible says buy, they're talking about purchasing debt, right? Purchasing.
No.
Yeah.
That is
you're not allowed to kidnap.
that is indentured servitude, and that was reserved for Hebrews only.
You're not allowed to man steal in the scripture. It was prohibited against all nations. Foreign
but it's
and
not. It's
Hebrew.
not stealing. It's not stealing a man if you buy them. There's no stealing.
But even if you were to purchase a man who was stolen,
no. Exodus 21. You've got Deuteronomy and I forgot the other one.
I've heard so.
So slavery is mentioned. Slavery is mentioned three. Slavery is mentioned 3 times in the Bible, and God lays down the laws for slavery, and it has nothing to do with stealing a man, because you're not stealing a man, you're legitimately buying them, and God acknowledges that you can buy those people from the nations around you.
Sure,
he is specific
people who are
about that.
who sold themselves into slavery. I got to call you back on this because, like, Praise. I don't know if you watched the debate between Dr. Josh and Praise yesterday. Probably not.
Yes. Praise
on this
lost
particular topic,
as usual.
Yeah, I agree. But Dr. Josh also acknowledged that in the Joseph situation, his brothers would have been put to death if the law of Moses had existed at that time. Right.
There might be cases. There might be cases in the Bible that deal with stealing men. What that doesn't do is invalidate everything else in the Old and in the New Testament regarding slavery.
No, 100%.
God allows slavery. God not only allows
forms of slavery. Yeah.
God not only allows slavery, he endorses slavery because he makes the rules for it, and he commands his troops to take slaves.
Hold on. So making rules around something is an endorsement?
Yes.
Yes.
Obviously, because if you are a all-powerful, all-knowing God, and you choose to make rules for slavery where you can beat a person as long as they don't die within 2 days, if they die the 3rd day, you're fine. You're not going to be punished because, as it says in the Bible, the slave is your property. Sure. Owning human beings as property is immoral. God is endorsing this, making the rules for this, and even allow you to beat your slave to the point where after 3 days they will die and you will not be punished.
Can I give you an example to why I think that that's not the case?
Sure.
So would you say that God endorsed Israel having kings? Was that something that he wanted to do?
God endorsed Israel to having kings?
No.
Or even allow.
Did God endorse Israel having royalty?
Not that I know of, because he told them not to have a king.
Did he put prescriptions around it?
He did. He didn't like it initially, but he did go along
Okay,
with it.
So just because he put prescriptions around what you do in that cultural time that was commonplace across the entire Mediterranean East, according to Dr. Josh, doesn't necessarily mean that that's something that he wanted them to do.
Okay. Let me ask you one thing. Do you think it was common to steal at that time?
Sure.
Yeah.
Was it common to commit adultery?
Sure.
Was it common to dishonor your father and mother?
Sure.
God could address all of those in the 10 Commandments, and he couldn't address slavery?
No, because mistreating human beings is different from owning one.
Which was probably less common than the ones that I listed just now.
I would say slavery is far more common than a lot of those things that you said, especially in Jewish culture.
You think more people owned slaves than people who stole stuff? I doubt that.
I got a question, Will.
Yeah.
To punish you, cut your hand
off. So Exodus 21. What is it, 20 through 21, about beating your slave? Okay. Anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod is to be punished. If they survive after a few days, they are not to be punished because they are your property. So you're going to tell me that the word slave doesn't mean what I think it means. Beat doesn't mean what I think it means. Own doesn't mean what I think it means, and property also doesn't mean what I think it means.
I would say that
And
that
and
word
add
means
and add to that you can trick your fellow Hebrews into slavery as well. So if you give your Hebrew slave a wife and he has children with that wife, after 7 years he can go out free. His wife and children, his blood, are still property of his master, and they shall not go free. If he then decides that he loves his wife and wants to stay with his wife, he can go out to the edge of town and talk to the elders and say, hey, I love my master, I want to serve my master. He's then put up against the door, has an awl driven through his ear. From that moment on, he is a slave for life. He will not be allowed to go free anymore for the rest of his life. So there's not only is there indentured servitude in the Bible, but you can also trick.
How's that a trick?
In many ways,
If you give him a wife,
language there is loaded.
Coercion.
if you give him a wife, which I also find repugnant, because here's the master who gives someone a wife.
Where's the
Like you would give someone a present. Here's a thing. I'll give that to you. That is yours now. You can use that. That's a human being. There's no mention of any consent. The master gives him a wife, and then he
Did
can
he have
go
to
and
receive that wife?
the master can give him a wife.
Right, can't. But is the slave forced to take that wife?
No.
And what happens?
But
if he comes in with
but the wife is forced to take the slave if he accepts.
Sure.
So the wife has no choice in this. The wife is just a thing, an object that you can hand down, give away.
Property.
Yeah, and
Property.
I'm not saying that it's modernly kosher, but as were women for tens of thousands of years.
I would say it's highly immoral. And then you've got a God who, according to at least some Christian denominations, is a loving God. And then you get Jesus. Jesus performed the ultimate sacrifice. He died for all of our sins, and even Jesus was fine with owning people as property, and Jesus was fine with
why was that?
No.
Wait a minute. Why was that? Isn't Jesus
Why is the
supposed
reason
to,
that he's
isn't
okay
Jesus
with it?
isn't Jesus supposed to be God? Didn't Jesus make all those rules?
Yes, absolutely.
And just change his mind in the New Testament?
It's not changing of the mind.
He said if you're free,
You have to understand
stay free.
that the
If
Ten
you owe
Commandments.
money-
Brian,
If
let
it's
me
not
finish my thought.
okay, so if it's not changing his mind, so you follow all of the commandments in the Old Testament?
No.
All 600 and something, because Jesus didn't
not
change
Jewish.
his mind?
I'm not
So
Jewish.
Jesus did change his mind.
No.
And thought that his followers were exempt from the rules that he made.
Right, do you have the same rules for a 5-year-old as you do for a 20-year-old child?
Are you saying that from the moment that Jesus was born, we only had adults on the planet? Because I'm pretty sure I've seen children walk around.
No, what I'm saying is
near
that
where I live.
as you're raising your child, there is which if you look at the scripture and how the country of Israel was, right, how God treated them, he had a purpose and a plan, right? Just because the rules are different at different stages along the plan doesn't mean that you're changing your mind if you plan to change the rules along as they went, because that was the whole point of prophesying for the Messiah, was to complete.
Okay, so if we want to keep that analogy, then we can enslave children and we can have sex with them. Just because they do not, just because they don't know any better. If they grow up, we'll no longer do that, because now they've grown up and learned. That's a terrible analogy that you're using there.
No, I'm using it to show the analogy wasn't with the specific items that you mentioned. The analogy was on how you're thought process on how you raise a child, right? How your prescription of how what you
and the
dictate
analogy
to
is
them and not dictate to them.
Yeah, and the analogy is that you raise your children the same way God raised his country, his nation.
No, that
Thing
the
is,
analogy.
the Israelites were not children forever. They
No, I'm
were
not saying that
adults.
they're children. I'm not saying
No,
they're
so
children
but
forever.
how is this then an analogy
Every generation
when you're bringing up
had adults.
raising children and
If
then
you'd
the
let me
rules change?
finish my statement, then I can explain to you what I meant by my analogy and
Yeah,
how I
go
feel it's
ahead.
analogous to the situation. It's about the thought processes of a parent, not about the actions that happened at the time, right? As my son gets older, as my son's 13, I have less rules for him now than I did for him at 5. Why? Because as he's grown through in knowing the moral codes that I've laid out for him in his life, he is less at danger of harming or disobeying me than he was at 4 and 5 years old, right? He has more of a knowledge of me to the point where he doesn't go around sticking scissors into light sockets, right? It's the point of as God is laying out his moral authority and his moral code on his people.
And setting his people apart from the rest of the world.
So
and these
so we have
stages.
we have an omnipotent being that is inept to teach
not
his
inept. The
people.
creation is inept.
No. He is inept because it's his creation. Remember, the people didn't create themselves. It's his creation. He's inept. He creates people apparently stupid because he needs to teach them, whereas he could have created them with the wisdom that he wanted them to have, which is his mistake, right?
No.
He could have done better. He's omnipotent. He could have made better people. And then he's going to make rules to punish the people who he created, who weren't smart enough, and that takes him all this time. It takes him 4,000 years, and then he thinks, oh wait, I can go there myself and teach them as Jesus. And then he goes down to earth, teaches them. Why didn't he bring up Jesus in the Garden of Eden, and we would have been done with everything?
See, you just don't know God. You just have like a perception that you're just like making up. Like everything you said wasn't true.
Damn it! I thought Otangelo Grasso was in here. It's Otangelo Grasshole. I'm making little PP sad. Who's little PP?
Like
little PP. Little PP.
And
You have to Otangelo Grasso. You have to spell it correctly. It's LIL apostrophe and then PP, which that's PEE. Little PP. You have to spell it correctly, Otangelo.
So fun at John's expense.
So I know. So Donald wants to get in just to clarify something, and then Donald, when you're done, Oz wants to come in if you wouldn't mind. So I'm gonna swap you out with me, Donald. I know you wanted to make clarification about anti-theism, and then when you're done, Donald, if you or someone else can get Oz in here.
Amy, just quick. You're a stand-up comedian, right?
I am.
Yeah, what you should have said is Donald's going to come in to clarify things, and then Oz is going to come in and clarify whatever Donald got wrong.
I thought you were going to go somewhere.
Sorry.
I thought you were going to go somewhere with a cum joke, but I'll take it.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. And okay, Donald, time.
You guys agreed before, Peter. You and Donald had a moment of agreement, so.
Yeah, we had.
Yeah, that works too. If Oz wants to come in and clarify what I got wrong, or what
nobody wants to yell at me
as me having gotten wrong or whatever. But I'll step out right after this. I just wanted to clarify what the problem is with the word anti-theism, as far as how it gets confusing, and that actually comes from the prefix anti, which has the prefix anti has two meanings. One meaning being against, and the other meaning opposite of. So anti-theism has both of those meanings directly applied to it. So anti-theism is either against theism or the opposite of theism, depending on which usage or which meaning was intended. and it does get used both ways. So that's just something to be aware of. And it's unfortunately, it's one of those words that if you want to make sure you're understood correctly, you have to clarify it when you use it, unless the context has already been clarified in advance. It's both of those, by the way, are distinct from atheism, where the prefix "a" simply means lacking or without. So yeah, that's all atheism is lacking theism or without theism. Anti-theism is either against theism or opposite of theism. Opposite of theism is distinct from a lack of theism, because that's where the person can have the belief that there is no God, or the disbelief in a God. And yes, those also qualify as atheism, but that's a subset of atheism. So that's all I got to say, and I'm going to take off. And
hold on. Before you go,
if I get ripped to shreds, that's okay. But I just wanted to clarify from a linguistic point of view.
Donald, Dak. Do you want me to respond to the comment you made at 143? I would like to, if you'd like. Yeah, in the chat, in the private chat.
Which one was that? Where?
If everything God does is moral, then anyone should be allowed to do it.
The special pleading thing. Yeah. If you want, well, let me say what that comment was then, sure. or roughly. That basically I was saying that if people define everything that God does as moral, then everybody should be allowed to do it. It should be moral for everyone to do it. And if you want to make a claim that it's only moral when God does it, then that is special pleading. That's
it's worse. It's worse. I have to disagree with you again. So
okay. Well, I'll let you go ahead.
I disagree as well, because I don't think it's a special pleading fallacy at all.
No, if things are moral because God says so, then God is amoral. If things that God says are moral, then morality doesn't come from God.
Yeah. Well,
I try to hit him with the Euthyphro dilemma.
My point in pointing that out actually is the way I see it, and this was kind of said on here in one form or another a while ago. Basically, the Bible's God is defined as being moral, and the Bible's God also does a bunch of stuff that if anyone else did would be considered not amoral but immoral. And so in that sense, the Bible's God refutes itself. The Bible's God can't exist because it both is perfectly moral and very immoral. So like I said, I'm gonna hop out of here and I'll let the discussion go on, and I'll be listening to it outside, but I just wanted to clarify that thing about anti-theism and how it comes from the dual meaning of the prefix anti. So, okay, thanks.
So a special pleading fallacy is one that is an application of a double standard that doesn't have a justifying special exemption, right? God being God is an exemptifying special exemption, a justified special exemption. Because God's God
makes that a special exception.
I'm out of here.
Because what makes it a special exception?
Right.
Because God's not a human, right? You're holding God to the same standards as humanity, a creator to the same standards as his creation, and that's not an analogous comparison.
Why wouldn't God have to?
Are ants analogous to people?
Then you're
why wouldn't God
that a creator is an exception? It's still special pleading.
How could a creator not be an exception?
It is special pleading because if the creator makes the rules, the first one who should obey the rules should be the creator.
The rules are the characteristics of God. He doesn't make them.
But God has perfect knowledge, they would say. So when he does something, he does it with full knowledge of.
It's not about even perfect knowledge. Morality comes from the characters of God.
Oz is going to come in swinging.
And so I just wanted to say, analogy. How can God impose rules that he doesn't follow? That's like a parent saying, "Do as I say, not as I do."
Yes, exactly.
But he doesn't. God isn't like that.
And okay, I wanted to say thank you, Donald, for being on, and I'm gonna get Oz in. Oz, welcome back.
Gracias. Am I in?
Welcome back,
I see myself.
You're in.
So the whole character of God thing. So this is where I struggle with this, because the Bible says that God is love, and that is not just a description, but
it's an attribute.
But yeah, an attribute. It's the DNA, right? It's what He is. But then if we look at there's several passages we go to, but in Corinthians where it talks about the definition of love, how it should look, how it should act, how it should be defined. The God of that Bible does not even line up with the Bible's own definition of love and how it should, act and behave. So that's why I struggle with that claim from Christians, because it doesn't line up.
How exactly does it? Could you give me an example to argue against?
So let's break down. The first one that comes to mind: love is kind.
Okay.
Dashing children's heads on stones and killing them, and ripping babies out of mothers' wombs is not kind, no matter what context or time period you put it in.
Exactly.
What if the end result is kinder to creation?
Yeah.
What's that?
What if the end result is kinder on humanity?
Well, but that doesn't matter. See, you're changing it. You're saying it's kinder, but in its origins, it's still not kind.
You're arguing for culling the herd.
And keep in mind, we're talking about an omnipotent God who would be able to teach them correctly and not having to kill them.
Well,
Because he's omnipotent, it would be within his powers to do so.
If you take it one step further, whether you are a evangelical Christian, a Calvinist that believe in heaven and hell, and there are these repercussions for not living a certain way, in that definition in Corinthians, it says that love does not keep an account of wrongs. So if love does not keep an account of wrongs, then why is there a penalty at death? If there's no account of wrongs and there's no wrong, the wrongdoings are forgotten or never written down, why is there an ultimate penalty for those wrongs?
But doesn't it also say that love is just?
But there can't be a judgment day if there's not an account kept.
Like if there was countries, like let's say the city next to you, they started like killing everybody and started coming in your city killing you. If you went over there and destroyed them, would that make you evil?
Yes.
It would. So you should just allow them to go rampant.
Because what the example that you're giving is that if you say you would destroy them, that would include all men, women, and children. Even in the worst wars today, those are considered war crimes.
So we should have let Hitler just keep going. Just been like.
That sounds like a slippery
I just said, and just for the record, Brian, I'm the grandson of a camp survivor, so bringing up Hitler is maybe not something you want to go, because we can talk about how Hitler got the killing of the Jews from Christian doctrine. We can go there if you like.
From a perversion of it, a twisting of it.
Yeah. No. That came straight from Luther's book, The Jews and Their Lies. We should kill them. We should take their property. That came straight from Luther, and that was common Christian doctrine, even in the Catholic Church back then. So. I don't think we should go there. And for the record, my grandfather was in a camp because he was an atheist. And he was a vocal atheist. That was the sole reason. That was the sole reason he was in a camp. But I don't want to go there. So let's skip Hitler.
So go back.
But it's just evil. Like if people are doing evil, it doesn't make you evil to go stop what they're doing.
No, as I said, those are war crimes, and for the exact same reason we convicted all the Germans after World War II. We should convict God for committing the exact same crimes because he ordered his troops to kill all men, women, and children, with the exception in Numbers 31 where you can have the children as your sex slaves.
We put evil people in cages every day. Like,
right?
Does
Yes,
that make us
and
evil?
so Brian, I hate to correct you again because I'm Dutch, and you can Google this. In Holland, we don't put people in cages, and guess where that got us? That we now have not enough criminals to fill our prisons anymore. So we rent
That's
them
good.
out to Norway
That's good.
and Belgium because our system works
taught 'em
better.
well.
Our system works better, and criminality has been going down for decades since we
So then
adopted the different.
you don't have to worry about it. That's good. There's many times in the
You're
Bible
not
when
getting you're
people
not
were
getting
at
the
peace.
you're not getting the point at all.
So
You're not
saying
getting
in
you're not getting
America-
the point that there's a better system than putting people in cages for every single thing they do wrong.
Not
There's a
every
better way because in our society we can see there's a better way because we have less criminality.
And those people are obeying God in the better way.
So the Netherlands is 80% plus atheist. So I don't
They're
think God
still
has.
obeying God.
I don't
If
think
they're
God
not doing
did
evil,
have
they're
anything to do with it.
It might. They might. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people who aren't even Christians who are better than Christians. They're still obeying God.
They're still obeying God.
Yeah.
How?
See, like, okay, so if
How? Oh, hold on.
if
How?
Jesus told us to go get slaves, why? How? What?
How? No, hold on. I'm
Yeah.
asking you a question. You said they're still obeying God. How?
From God's laid down the more moral thing, the moral groundwork. So like Christians can.
Okay, so God laid down the rules that gay people can marry.
Hold on, Peter. Can I jump in there? I don't know who
What
just
about
saying-
before God? What about the days before Hebrews? Then who laid down the moral groundwork?
But here's, I think this is the more important question. Who just said that about God?
Brian.
So Brian, how do you know that God is the lawgiver or law taker? Like, how do you know that?
I don't know if you were here at the beginning. So how I came to Christ was I was reading the Bibles and I was a skeptic. I had all kinds of questions and questions and questions. And I was digging in trying to find out who God was. And after 3 months, like one morning I woke up and it was like every part of me knew that all the problems in my life, and I like had a flashback of my life, all my problems, they were all a result of disobeying God.
Yeah, if I could jump in there, I do remember hearing that as I was working on some paperwork for the our stuff coming up this weekend. So what you just shared there is you had a personal experience, which I'm not here to take anybody's personal experience away from them. That's your thing. The problem with a personal experience is we cannot validate that. We can't.
I can go through every problem every time I got locked up.
But and you know what?
We lost you, Oz.
Yeah, Oz, we lost you.
We lost your audio.
You got me back?
Yeah.
Right. So with all due respect, I've been into and out of a lot of bullshit. And I'm at the opposite side of the spectrum of you, whether it's been drug addictions, alcoholism, jail, all of that. And I come out the other side. So what I'm trying to figure out is, how do you know that it's a God that laid down these laws or took away these laws? Because I don't see it the way you see it.
No, so like it doesn't matter like if God existed or didn't. The God of the Bible, all the problems I got into in life and destruction I caused was a result of not obeying him.
But how do you know that?
Because I went through them all. I went through every single one of my problems that I did in life.
Okay, and again, if I know everybody else is wanting to jump in right now, but just give me a second. So I hear you. I hear you because I've been through those things, but I don't see that as you going through those things or myself going through those things, those being attributed to a Bible God, because that's what my family tried to tell me. I was in a car accident in 2003 that I died 2 or 3 times. They had to resuscitate me, bring me back, and my entire family tried to tell me The only reason you're still alive is because God's hand is on your life. But guess what? It wasn't a God thing. I had great doctors. I had a great team of physicians, and that's why I'm still here. That wasn't a God
Well,
thing.
and with that, I don't blame you there, because then, oh, what, God didn't care about the 20 people that died in car accidents today? Like, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Can I make a point? Can I make a point, Brian?
Yeah.
So what I and correct me if I'm wrong. What I get from this is that you were in a bad spot. You started reading the Bible, and then you decided to change your life.
No,
And
I was reading the Bible, and God revealed to me that all my problems in life were not obeying Him. All of
yes,
them.
and so you decided to change your life.
So then I decided to read more and start doing what the Bible actually says to do. And then,
Which brings me back to the exact same question. You decided to change your life.
yeah, but it doesn't change the fact that, like, everybody that's gone to jail that's committed crimes has broken God's law.
We're not talking about this. What I want to emphasize on is that you decided to change your life. Whether or not that happened after you reading a specific book,
that all my problems in life were a result of not obeying Him.
Whether or not that was the result of you reading a book,
all my
the one who made Brian, if you talk over me, you can't hear me.
All my
Brian,
buddies when we were growing up, all of
Brian, if you talk over me, you can't hear me.
Hello?
You read a book, and that book made you decide to change your life. Whether or not that book is the Bible or any other book, you decided to change your life.
Hello?
No God involved.
So I think it's beautiful that you credit God for the positive turnaround in your life, right? As someone else mentioned before, I don't try to take that from people. I don't try to take the light out of their life. But what works for you will not work for everyone else. To say that everything bad in your life, someone's life, is because they don't follow God's rules, it holds no water because you don't know their life and you don't know what they go through. And you have to, besides proving God is real and whatnot, or even what they believe, or what kind of God they pray to. What works for you won't work for everybody. Now, I'm not trying to take away what happens. I'm not trying to take away your miracle. Congratulations on turning your life around.
We got a great question in the side chat. Robert X. By the way, he's also Dutch, so probably why is this good? If God wanted to reveal something to you, Brian, why did He needed you to read the Bible? Brian?
All right, so why did He wait so long? So, like, I believe...
No. That wasn't the question. If God wanted to reveal something to you, why did He need you to read the Bible?
That's just the way, even in the Bible, it says if you draw near to God, He will draw near to you. And in times in my life where I've been fasting and drawn near to God...
I agree with that statement, that statement still doesn't answer the question. If God wants to reveal something to you, can't He just reveal it to you? Why does He need you to read the Bible? If He has the ability to just reveal it to you.
Well, some people I believe He does, like certain people, and He did in the Bible too. But a big part of it is people don't want to believe in God. Like, I don't know how you can go outside and see all the beauty and just be like, oh, it's just an accident.
All the beauty that we got through evolution. I agree. It's pretty incredible.
And nothing created everything. Like, do you know how much?
Wait a minute. Who said nothing created everything?
this
Do you know where that claim comes from?
Creationists.
Young Earth creationists. Not a single scientist on the planet claims that nothing created everything.
Well,
Not a
something
single
had
one.
to create something.
The biggest mistake that you make is that you smuggle in the word create.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like a circle of life, it all needs each other. Like it's,
Nothing was created.
I don't even. That's not even really. That's not going off topic. So
And if I could just make a point, because
it's very difficult to hear you, and I don't know if it's possible for you, Brian, to get closer to the microphone because we can barely hear you.
But that word accident, that was brought up a lot during tonight's debate. And I think that's a misunderstanding because there's actually really good reasons for why life developed here. Like we're in the circumstellar habitable zone. We are in the band around the sun that can actually develop life that doesn't have freezing water or scorching elements.
perfect position.
I wouldn't say
Perfect.
perfect because
Perfect.
Mars and the moon are also in that band.
But how
But
our planet's 100 times different than trillion times different than the other one. Like
It is really amazing that when it's rained and you go outside and you see a hole in the ground, the water fits perfectly into that hole. So that hole must have been created exactly perfect for the water to fit in there, right? That's the claim you make?
it's beautiful. Okay, so it was about to start raining, and I was subconsciously like, "Thank God," because I was going to be done working, and God spoke to me and said, "Pretty cool sprinkler system, huh?" And it was like, I got chills head to toe, and it's the most beautiful supernatural sprinkler system ever. And it's true. Like God, like I'm cooked. I can't not believe in God after seeing and hearing everything that I have.
I completely missed the analogy of the sprinkler system. Can you
Well,
explain that?
He was
Well,
talking about rain and how it keeps things growing, rain and how it feeds the vegetation.
Sure, but to say that it's supernatural is begging the question against naturalism. So that analogy doesn't work, I'm afraid.
It was
No.
just an accident.
It's not an accident. So first of all, it's not an accident. There are the reason we're here is because of physics and chemistry. Life is just a form of chemistry. That's it.
Wow, it sure did do a good job creating everything. Butterflies.
It didn't create anything. That's your problem. It didn't create anything.
It didn't.
Things adapted to their environment, and that's how we got diversity on the planet. Nothing was created. So if an animal is in an environment and needs to change because the environment has changed, the animal doesn't make a conscious decision to change.
Yeah, but you still
The animals that are adapted best to survive in that particular environment will have the most offspring, and that's how you get diversity. That's how you get change. There's no goal in mind, and there are several species that go extinct every single day.
Yeah.
So
But
what
we don't see a new something popping up.
So are you also crediting God with killing off entire species? Are you crediting God with creating cancer in children? And cancer isn't even the worst thing that can happen to you. I mean, if God created everything, He created that as well, right?
Yeah,
He created the suffering. He created the suffering. Have you ever been to a child's cancer ward? Have you seen how they suffer?
Yeah, I mean that's a cheap shot. Like I don't know.
No, it's not a cheap shot. If as you said, God created everything, then that's what He created as well. God also created a kind of fungus, that grows into an ant's head and makes it into a zombie, makes it climb up a tree, where then the fungus can send out its spores to cover a wider area.
Yeah.
That fungus was created by God, right? It was created to take over the ant's brain and make it like a robot. The God created wasps who lay eggs inside certain
There's a lot
animals
of things
that
I
that
don't
eat
have.
the animal that eat
Spiders.
the animal from the inside while it's alive. God created that as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of things
Well, I
don't
guess
understand.
If you go outside and you look for beauty, you'll see beauty. If you look for terror, you'll find that as well.
I think a good
But
question.
that apparently never comes up when Christians say, "If I go outside and look at the beauty."
I love that phrase. Holy shit.
It is, oh man. Even rocks, like beautiful. Even the pain in our body is a warning mechanism for us to stop doing something. Like,
Yeah, it's a warning. It's also a warning mechanism. So when you get a tumor or a cancer,
yeah,
it's a great warning. It's a great warning system that something that God has created is now slowly taking over your body,
yeah.
leaving you to just be a mere skeleton with skin before you die.
Yeah.
That has to be some beautiful thing
Then,
that has
like,
been
if you-
created there.
Yeah, but then you have to say that God just made robots and everything just lived forever.
Wait. So what happens when you go to heaven, Brian? Is there sin in heaven?
I don't. That's up for debate. Like, I
Is
don't
there
believe
crime?
in-
Is there crime
No.
and murder? Is there crime and murder in heaven? Is there cancer?
There's
No.
a lot I'm still studying. Like, even eternal torment in hell, it's nowhere in the Old Testament.
I'm not talking about hell. I'm talking about heaven.
Yeah, I know, but I
Is
just
is there are
I
there
don't
people? Will certain people go to heaven and then have cancer for eternity?
A better
No.
question. A better question would be: is there free will in heaven? Not so much.
No.
There is no free will in heaven.
There's no free will anywhere.
There's no
Oh,
free will.
I agree. Are you
There's
Calvinist?
There's no free
I
will
am.
here either.
Oh, wow.
God doesn't even have free will. So
I was going to wait till Will started, but he just doesn't seem to want to jump in here. This is amazing.
Well,
So,
Brian has to
potentially-
go through his thing.
Yeah, potentially you can go through several different arguments here, and this is why I find this arguing on the Bible to be problematic, because although I agree that these literal readings are very, very difficult and almost condemn, one would say, the position of omnibenevolence, which I think they do, but nonetheless, you can say if you discard omnibenevolence, which some Christians do, then of course we're open to a whole new set of arguments. So you can say with slavery, well, all the slaves are just immoral people and they're under God's punishment, right? So yeah, slavery is bad only if it's done to somebody who is righteous. It's never bad if it's done to somebody who isn't righteous, right? So to say slavery is immoral, that's problematic under particular views, right? Now, I don't agree with that as a good argument, but it is still an argument, right, which is difficult and takes it away from the basic idea of owning somebody as property is immoral by definition, because that's clearly not the case if we accept the presupposition that particular theists are using.
And so is temporary owning people as property, or as we call it, indentured servitude. That's also immoral. And I would make
immoral if you take these presuppositions that I'm giving you. So just to shift the goalpost there, Peter, I don't think is going to help you get away from the initial criticism on slavery, which I'm giving.
But you need to keep in mind that the people who were indentured slaves, indentured servants, they were the property of their master. And the moment you become the property of someone else, I consider that to be immoral. So
I know you consider it to be immoral, right? That's not the issue. I consider it to be immoral as well. That's not the issue. The issue is we're criticizing, from an internal perspective, the Bible's version of Christianity, right? And you can't say, well, externally, I think it's immoral. Well, externally, I don't think God exists. So of course, the whole thing is bullshit, right? But that's never going to sway a Christian, is it? No, of course it's not. So obviously, taking it from an internal view, right, you can make apologetics, right, all day long, which are going to justify some of these positions. The justification I just gave you, for instance, on slavery, I would say is a perfectly logical justification if you think and take certain attitudes towards God not being omnibenevolent. Okay? And that's the only thing you've got to drop. And even then, you don't have to drop it completely. You just have to say, well, omnibenevolence is not all. It's just towards those that are righteous. And as soon as you say that, you're out of the slavery debate. You're done. You're done with it. So, you know, we've spent like an hour and whatever, 2 hours arguing slavery. And I just think you can always get around these things by different apologetics. And what you have to abandon has already been covered by other sects in theism, other sects of Christianity. And so it's a very problematic argument to have, because you need to find out, A, what the person that you're arguing with believes is the true nature of the Godhead. Right? And that's as flexible as an elastic piece of elastic. So you're necessarily on difficult ground. And that's all I'm saying, right? You can there are apologetics for just about anything in the Bible, and arguing on the Bible itself is a fool's errand as far as I can see.
If you want to come up with an excuse, you'll always be able to find one.
No, well, check it out though. Like,
I don't necessarily think it's an
is
excuse.
a fruit of not obeying God. One of those two people didn't obey God. If they both obeyed God, there'd be no slavery. There'd be no war. There'd be no fighting. There would be peace on earth.
So, Peter, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So, where in Scripture does it necessarily say that a single attribute of God is more important or significant than any other?
I didn't make that point, so I'm not aware of that.
Right, but you're putting like, so for instance, earlier in the conversation, even though I was gone off camera, I still had my ears on, but there was a point that was made that if God is love, or if God is goodness or kindness, right? I believe that you agreed with Oz and some of his points that he made in that particular area, right? How does that goodness or kindness overweigh his sense of justice or jealousy or wrath?
What I would address there is the problem that, according to the Bible, God is not only just, he's also merciful. And those things are mutually exclusive. Because you can't be merciful and just. If someone deserves punishment, they deserve punishment. So you can't be merciful, and you can't leave that punishment out. So
that's what salvation is.
Yeah,
salvation is mercy.
No, it isn't. It isn't, because if it was merciful, it would be offered to anyone, and you wouldn't have to do anything in order to get it.
You don't have to do anything to get it.
No, but still, I've been told. So I set up my YouTube channel, I think in 2015, late 2015. I've been told multiple times that I'm going to go to hell. I live with 2 women out of wedlock. The two women are bisexual. All of us are going to burn in hell.
Why would anybody tell you that? Why would any Christian tell you that?
I don't know. You would have to ask them. They were Christians. They told, and there was one Muslim that we had on our channel who told me.
Muslims, I understand. Muslims don't have a doctrine of grace.
Christians as well.
But I would say that those people don't know their own theology.
Well, I always say, well, according to the Bible, you can have concubines. So I've got 2 concubines. I'm fine. I don't have any premarital sex because I have never been married and plan on never getting married. So there's no premarital sex. I can do whatever I want. I'm living completely biblical. I've got 2 concubines and I've got
You
no
must be at
premarital
peace.
sex. I'm in the clear.
That's an amazing loophole.
It is. It's better. It's better than the one that I keep forgetting the second one.
The Sean here?
Someone in Oates, they came up with the loophole.
But what I want to make a point. I think this is something that, and this is where, I mean, it's obvious that Brian and I have either a slightly theological worldview or viewpoint of Scripture, and or we're at different levels in the, I guess you could say, research of theology itself versus personal experience, and that's not a slate on Brian.
I could be really mean and say that both of you are Christians and both of you believe in a different God, because the God Brian believes in cannot be the God you believe in, Will, and vice versa. They're 2 completely different gods.
I think
I don't have theology totally wrapped up. I got.
Yeah, and I think it's a matter of what we call spiritual maturity, right? There's different levels of research into theology that allows you to understand better what Scripture says. So for what I call a Christian, right, even as a Calvinist, I disagree emphatically with Arminians, right? And it'd be funny right now, Amy, if you can find an Arminianist who is as well learned, I guess you could say, as I am on my particular theology, because the battle in here would be extremely entertaining for you guys, I think. But
I don't think she'll be able
absolutely.
to conjure one.
Amy, can you do me a favor? Aunt Jer put in 3 tweets and she put numbers behind them. Can you put those 3 up on screen?
Sure. Give me 1 second.
Would you guys agree that if everybody obeyed God, there would be no slavery?
God
No, that's
damn
not the
it.
first one. Her first one was aimed at Blaster Master 80. It starts off with, if I was a dick, comma.
That there? And so we're going to do this, and then after we go through this, we're going to add in Jay Mixon. And okay. So, Blaster Master 80, if I was a dick, I would say the purpose of a stroke is to bring the hospital staff to Jesus through the miraculous healing of the stroke victim. Except nobody came to Christ. ...
The next one starts off
and
with,
my mom wasn't healed, and she lived a sad life for 9 years until she died last month by her own choice, because she starved herself to death in order to escape. If my family knew of my plans...
No, that's not it. That's,
Oh, I got it. I was told by my family that there would be a miracle, that God was doing this for a reason. If that's true, God's a dick.
I agree. If that's true, God is a dick.
Okay. And so I am actually going to bring Jay Mixon in. And
story of Job.
So, Jay, we are having a midnight ranting on theism versus atheism, which has a better moral foundation. How are you, and what's your thought?
Before that, bye, Bible Burner. He's getting ready to go.
Yep.
Yeah, I gotta go, guys. It was nice talking with everybody. Thanks,
Good to have
Amy.
you in.
Yeah.
See you next time.
Nice seeing you.
Have a good
I
one.
don't
seeing
think
you
you're,
again,
I don't
Bible
think
Burner.
you're. I
See
don't
you.
think you're a troll, Bible Burners. Don't let James get into your head.
Thank you, Will. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Which James? Not me or modern day debate?
Not you, James. Modern day debate.
Other James.
I think
Oh.
he was joking, but yeah, don't let him get into your
Probably
head.
Yeah,
was.
he hurt my feelings. He called me a token troll.
And Bible Burner, I'm not going to tell what's that behind me.
I want that.
Email me. It's on my emails. Info@gonnagoforit.com. Email me. I'll send it to you.
All right. Thanks, Peter. See you guys.
Have a good
Anytime.
night. All right. What's going on, Jay?
Howdy. How's everyone doing tonight?
Good, good.
Not too
Pretty good.
bad.
How are you?
Oh, doing great, doing great. Give me a second. I'm looking for something here.
That is okay. It's
Looking
actually
for evidence of
surprisingly
God?
packed. This has been a fantastic episode. So I just want to thank all you guys, first of all.
No. This is a fantastic show because every single time I've been on here or have been just listening, because there are a few times that I didn't catch the show live or times that I thought I'm going to just listen. It's an awesome show.
Well, thank you so very much.
Thank you, Peter. Good to have you on.
Everybody's like chill. We're not insulting each other. It's just like
We try to keep it civil, you know. We're all human.
Yeah, Brian, this is my third or fourth time with these guys, and they're a good group of people. That's why I keep coming on.
Apart from Will, because he supports Tottenham.
Yeah, apart from me, because I support the best team in North London.
I could make a pun and say that I watch Amy's channel religiously.
But
with Calvinism.
If atheism was a religion, this place would be church.
With Calvinism,
yep.
Is
go ahead, Brian.
Gospel hope God picks you?
No. I mean, you can hope. In Calvinism, God chooses.
Yeah, so that's you just hope. Like if you have 4 kids, it doesn't matter if you raise them into the. You can just pick one randomly. There's no rhyme or reason, right?
I would say that there is some heretical. No, I don't mean that. I don't mean heretical. I mean maybe I do mean heretical. Maybe I'm thinking of a different way than I mean. But I mean there is some preservation. Hereditary. That's the word I'm looking for. There is some hereditary.
Always ask the Dutch guy what the word in English is.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ba-dum-tsh.
That's what happens when you live in Korea for 13 years and you don't speak your own language for that long. Actually, even at home, I don't speak English that much except with my children. So, yeah.
Well, you speak it very well, Will. I have to compliment
Most of the
you.
time,
Your English is pretty good.
I do tend to forget words now and then.
I do this. I do this stuff online all the time. A lot of the people that I make artwork for are most of them are from the US. I've caught myself in real life looking for a word that I knew in English but I didn't know in Dutch. So I'm all with you there.
So mine tends to be the other way around. Like I could say it in Korean far easier than I could say it in English.
Yeah.
So the English words tend to slip my mind sometimes for some reason. But yeah, there's some preservation there. But again, in the end, if God chooses to not save one, then that's His choice. But it doesn't mean that we're not supposed to love and raise our children in the ways that we have been instructed in.
Yeah,
it makes it more freeing to do so because you're not worried about it. Right? It removes worry.
For it, but overall, I can't get there. There's scriptures for it and there's scriptures against it. And then
I just recommend like John Piper. He's probably the easiest person to palatalize.
I live in Minnesota. I know.
Okay, so let me apologize ahead of time for not knowing everyone's name. I'm not familiar with everyone on the panel. However, I do know Amy Newman is the best host in the world. So, with that being said, Brian and I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. The Calvinist.
Will. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Will. Okay. So I want to ask you both a question.
Sure.
In your viewpoint, in your opinion, would you consider God as being someone who is just or fair?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Could you kind of elaborate on that from your perspective, Will? I would like to kind of hear your perspective first, because if God is the first mover, is the creator of all mankind, and He created a creation that that ultimately he decides the fate of the creation, correct? From your viewpoint, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How would that be considered fair for humankind? Period.
So God has laid out His commandments, so the 10 Commandments, basically, and so everyone on Earth has broken those commandments, and are therefore guilty, and so just deserving. So in the Calvinist theology, we believe in what we call total depravity. So total depravity means that all people are depraved, right, and deserving of what's behind Peter, right? And so God chooses to save some, whereas all are deserving of what's behind Peter. That's the theology of Calvin.
Okay. Yeah. Well, so what I want to kind of focus on where you said God chooses to save some. That's the part what I was referencing. How could that be considered fair when He would save some and not others, based on a standard that everyone is basically guilty of, and from I don't know if this is the Calvinist perspective, but does one person's depravity exceeds another person's, or is in God's eyes is it everyone equally depraved?
Everyone's equally depraved, right? So it's just a lottery, right? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, right? No individual person has ever done anything to justify salvation.
Okay,
we're given it freely through grace.
So if there is absolutely no standard, is there no standard that God uses when He chooses to decide who He would save?
No standard. God shows no partiality.
Okay, and so do you see how someone would probably not consider that fair for the ones who won't be saved?
So if you're going to be just and merciful at the same time, you can't not save any. Right? And if you're going to be just, you can't save all. Right? So people make the assumption that God chooses, like, at what point in time He's going to use all of His attributes. Like, today I'm going to be the merciful guy, and tomorrow I want to be the just guy. No, God is all of those things, all at one time, at all time. Because God's outside of time. Right? He's outside of creation. And that's Calvinist.
Okay, so
that's
predestination. Absolutely.
That's problematic.
Yeah, it's very to be very
in that
problematic.
predestined model, then what is the point? If God's going to send me to heaven, why bother being just? If God's going to send me to hell, then why bother being just? You know, if my fate is already determined, why fucking bother?
Because once you're free from the fallacy of free will, it actually frees you from worry, pain.
I've never said anything about free
suffering.
will. I've never said anything about free will. If my fate is already determined, why bother doing anything with myself or being good or bad to a fellow man or woman? Like, why bother? Just, if my fate is already determined, I could commit suicide. Because if I'm going to hell, I'm going to hell even if I was a good person. If I'm going to heaven, I'm going to heaven even if I commit suicide.
And
or start killing people. By the way, I did want to.
I have an answer for that.
I did want to point out one thing. Will, did anyone force you to come here?
No.
So we got free will in this hangout.
No, you can't have free will because I didn't have a choice not to come here.
Yes, because you came here by your own choice. So your free will.
My voluntary choice.
No, you are free will. Damn it! It's a bad joke.
I am free will. I put it in the chat earlier, actually.
What's your name? What's your name?
Will.
It took me a second.
Did anyone force you? You're free will.
Please free will.
Write it down. It'll sink. It'll sink in. It's a bad joke.
I'll watch it back later.
Okay, so Will, let me ask you. So, would it be considered more just to establish a standard to live by? Therefore, those who proactively achieve that standard obtain an internal reward, versus those who don't have the capacity or is unable to achieve that standard, gets their just desserts, so to speak, in eternal damnation. Wouldn't that be a just thing to do? Wouldn't providing a standard or some type of foundation, whereas if I want to go to heaven, then these are the things I need to do, or if I want to go to hell and not do anything. But yeah, wouldn't that be the just thing to do?
What kind of standard would you have to set? How would that be? How would that be just to let a human choose their own salvation?
Being born again, like you.
Because the Bible says that no man seeks God, not even one.
In certain
And
ways.
so, okay, the Bible says no man seeks God, and then the Bible also said that David was a man after God's own heart.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
And we've got Brian in here who said he sought God.
Oh wait, now how many people did claim to be God's mouthpiece? If no man speaks God, how can you be a mouthpiece before God?
Because God chose you as a mouthpiece. You didn't seek him; he made you that.
But if no man can speak God's,
and God says,
How do we determine? How do we
God will draw
determine?
near to you.
Yeah, how do we determine who God picked? Because we've got a lot of people claiming to be God's mouthpiece. So which of them are the
I'm not
real
even
ones?
claiming to be God's mouthpiece, and my father keeps feeding me this same bullshit. I'm sorry, no, I won't say it's bullshit. My father keeps telling me the same freaking story. I'm named after Samuel the prophet because God has a special plan for me. Well, I'm 31 years old, and I haven't done anything epic or heroic yet. And
You still have a lot of life left. You never know.
So do you think like the world is gonna end in my lifetime, and I'm gonna be like one of the few chosen people to like do something special? I don't even know.
No,
Point
you
is-
never know.
There's going to be a one world government, one world currency.
And
I
guess
believe
what?
100%
I
will
like
move
that
now.
idea. I'm very OCD. I like standardization, uniformity.
And we
I
need
like
it
that
because we
idea.
have
I would vote
nuclear
for that
weapons
leader.
now. We have nuclear weapons now that can blow apart the planet. One
And
world
you know
government.
what? Every country that has nuclear weapons might be holding their finger over the button, but they don't press it because they know the next country with nuclear weapons is crazy and batshit enough to press that button too.
Yeah. So we're going to get the one world government. It's coming.
Hey,
Brian, Brian,
you would say that.
I've been drinking. I'm
Brian,
usually
I
very-
love it. Brian, I love it. You bring up nuclear weapons. Remind me, in the Ten Commandments, is there anything about killing in the Ten Commandments?
So this is why I think God's just. So like God came, there's people, and when you don't obey God, it gets ugly fast. Super ugly.
You're not going to answer my question, Brian?
Okay, sorry, what?
I said you brought up nuclear weapons. I said, remind me, is there anything about killing in the Ten Commandments?
No, thou shalt not kill.
Ah, okay. So what are those nuclear weapons for?
Those are people not obeying God. They're not obeying God. 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, I would actually
I'm
have
sorry
to
with my
side.
outburst. I
And same with slavery.
So,
Nobody
what
obeys
you're saying, Brian, the flag that you have as your avatar there is the most Christian nation on the planet, and
No,
that
if you
Christian
read it-
nation has the most weapons to go against God,
If
and
you
this
read the
makes
flag,
sense.
it
How?
says- it was an outreach I did it's called election outreach. And we went on and preached the gospel during the election time. So I'm not like pro-America.
I'm gonna play Angels.
You're not pro-America?
No. Dude, I think our government is so evil. We're all slaves right now. We're tax cattle. Our government is a business. They don't obey the...
You can't run a government without taxes. Taxes are literally the rent you pay to live in that country. If you don't like it, you move to another country, pay their rent.
What other
Yeah.
country? Yeah, no, but what they do with our tax dollars is important. Like, we had the
Can you
smallest
control what
government.
your landlord does with your rent? No.
We haven't always had an income tax in the United States. It's only been for the last 120, 140 years.
And they've turned our country into a business. Like, we have to pay them everywhere we go.
They've turned our military into a business, and that's not supposed to be a business. They've turned
You're
jail
gonna-
and
you guys
prison
are
into
gonna-
a business. They
You're going
turned
to resurrect
school into a
libertarian
business.
will in a minute.
I'm sorry.
Also, we shouldn't have
Hey,
religion on our money and all that other stuff. That's only since the 50s.
I agree.
So
Hey, I
Brian,
would like to- I
Brian,
would like
Brian,
to
who?
feel that-
I'm curious. I'm curious, Brian. Who
And
do you
then
think
Jay-
would do better in U.S. government?
Smaller government. And I think as citizens, we need to protect each other's freedoms, even if it doesn't affect us.
What do you mean with a smaller government?
I think I know where he's going. I agree with you, but it only lasts for so long. A phrase I like to use is communism only works in a commune. The larger your population gets, you need a new, different kind of government to manage more people.
Communism doesn't work at all. Just ask the people who came out of Eastern Germany. Ask the people who
That
grew
wasn't a
up in.
commune. That was an entire country. I'm talking about communism only works like on a stranded island, like a very small group of people, where you have no choice but to do what you're good at. If you're good at hunting, you hunt, or else we all starve. If you're good at gathering, you gather, or else we all
I
starve.
think we're now trying to conflate socialism with communism, and those are two
I was
completely
only using
different
it as an
things.
example. He's talking about different types of government for different sizes of societies.
Well,
Like,
I
you
think
can
I
get
think
away with a small
We're-
society, you can get away with more kinds of government because it's more. You have more leeway. There's less people. You can try. There's room for trial and error. With more people, and you can't stop people from having more kids.
And okay, before we get too deep into politics, Jay, did you have a point you wanted to make?
I did, but it'll probably take us back into the conversation. I wanted to speak on the killing and.
That's never a problem. That's never a
Okay,
problem.
yeah,
Just go back.
Conversation.
Before you go,
Oh,
Peter,
okay.
let me just say something as well, if I may address the room quickly, which is to say I'm
Sure.
going to head out. Thank you very much. Pleasure to see you all again. And I will see you probably next week. So take care, everybody. Thank you for the conversation. And
Bye, Simon's
always
friend.
remember the righteousness defense. That's what I would say to any Christians out there.
And we'll see you in the Europa League.
Good seeing you again, Simon.
Thank you very much, Phil. Take care, Peter. Nice to see you too.
Take it
Take
easy,
care,
man.
everybody. Bye. Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Amy. Lots of love. Bye.
Bye. And
All
okay, we're actually going to start wrapping up
And then there were
soon because it's going to be hour 4 soon. We've been good. It's been some good back and forth.
Right?
Yeah.
See, Amy, and I, as a fellow content creator, now I need to ask you this: do you suffer from the same thing that I suffer from? That if you've got a good conversation going, you hate to kill it because
Absolutely. It's
that's
like
always my problem. I
You
always
don't remember
struggle with it.
last time, Peter, when Amy left and you and I went on for another good 45 minutes, just the two of us?
really.
we stuck, yeah, and what's his name? Champ was there too.
Yeah,
and he was a little annoyed with me, and we still had a great conversation after Amy
Oh
left.
my
And
God! Yeah.
so
You know what
that-
I realized too after the fact is that I have my sound IO has a reverb and a wah, and I had accidentally clicked the button, so the whole night it sounded like I was just slam drunk, and it was that's why KO mentioned it because my
so
voice
so
was
it,
wah, wah, wah,
it,
wah,
it
wah, wah, wah.
wait a minute. It wasn't the beer you were holding up.
I only had
This-
two.
By the way, I spoke to Arn. I think Arn wants to have you on, so
Sure, anytime.
I'll
You got
see
my
what
stuff on Twitter.
Yeah, and so I don't drink beer, but got tiny bottle of whiskey still standing by, just
Tiny
in
one.
case. Yeah,
It's a
I
tiny.
have
So
a good sized bottle of
it
whiskey,
this
and I have
I
a
bought
big ass bottle of beer.
just to point out how much I drink. It is still full. I hope you can see it. It's still full. And I bought this when I was 15.
Woohoo!
So it has aged, and a lot of people want to kill me over it. The labels have fallen off, and there will become a time when I actually open it and empty it, but not yet.
Well, okay, guys, did we figure out morality?
Never.
Yeah, I don't think theism and atheism provides a route to morality in any way. But
Atheism doesn't provide any morality.
Sure.
Nothing. None.
yeah, I agree.
Not belief in
I
God.
agree.
Christianity provides reality. I don't know about theism,
No.
but
I would
Christianity
agree
does.
with that also. I think the real argument, or the better argument, would be to specify a religion rather than just saying theism. So
I would go with humanism versus theism.
Yeah,
then
that would
you
be
can
better.
actually then you can actually have a
Secularism.
conversation.
Secularism
Well,
versus
Secular humanism.
yeah, secular humanism versus any religion, but I wouldn't say theism because that doesn't necessarily correlate to a system of morality either.
they're so broad.
And as I said, the problem is if you're going to choose theism in your title, you need to make sure that people are defending all different branches of theism, not just their own branch, which is usually the case. And I didn't see the debate earlier, so I can't weigh in on that, but I'm pretty sure.
It was terrible.
I tried to watch it. It was just, oh god.
It was that one. I guess Ken. I think his entire argument was an invasion. It was an evasion of the actual topic, and actually.
I think it was
digging in.
intentional though.
Yeah, it was, but it doesn't make for a valid debate in my eyes.
I agree.
It just, you know.
Presuppositionalists don't give evidence.
Yeah, I would rather the debate be a genuine one, rather than people using trickery or tactics to trump or beat the other interlocutor. So
I agree. Be genuine. Own your own beliefs.
The problem with the debate 9 out of 10 times is that people are going into a debate because they want to win, and there's no such thing as winning a debate. You either come up with good arguments or you don't, and that's it. And if you beat around the bush, you lost. If you let your interlocutor divert you from the topic, you lost. There's no winning, and so you won't come out of the debate and your interlocutor will now have switched over to your position. It's not going to happen.
Right.
Okay, and so who wants to start? We're going to do closers. We have been midnight ranting on theism versus atheism, which has a better moral foundation. Anybody have any thoughts on anything we talked about tonight, or closing in general?
I just think that. Oh, go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, I don't think you need a religion to come up with morality. It's just naturally ingrained instincts for the most of us. I understand if you're sociopathic or psychopathic, you don't feel empathy. But for most of us, it's just like you want to be treated well and without any external stimuli, without any wrongdoing to you, you would treat others well, you know, to begin with. So it's only natural that a concept like morality would spring about, where be good to one another is the common consensus. You know, don't do wrong. It's the common consensus. I think it's inevitable, and there needs to be no religion or theism for that to happen, among humans at least. That's it.
All right. Thank you so much, Sam.
Now,
Who
now,
would like
now,
to-
no, no one can say anything anymore because it's been said.
Ooh. I got a mic for you, Sam.
Yeah.
I would like to go.
Oh.
I'm brave enough to step out.
There we go.
Yeah, I would just say that I agree with what Sam said, right? And that the basic points of it are that, you know, we should not do harm to anyone. And I think that once you really embrace the fact that your life is not in your hands, it frees you to do good to all people. It frees you from having a judgmental attitude. It frees you from feeling superior. It frees you from feeling hatred towards others. It frees you from a sense of pride. And that aspect there covers all of the things that Sam said. So I don't necessarily think that it's religion that's necessarily the problem there. I think it's the prideful nature of the human heart and the superiority complex that breeds throughout most cultures that leads to those downfalls, be it both theist and atheist, right? Neither one of those groups is exempt from that. And I would also say too that, you know, just like atheist is a broad brush to paint people who believe many different things, so too is Christianity, and we're not all the same, and we don't all follow the same rules, unfortunately. And unless you believe, and it's not the time to talk about them right now, but unless you believe in a closed fist version of it, I wouldn't consider a lot of people to be Christians that claim to be in the first place. So that's it.
Okay, I've been looking at your background. Are you by any chance a fan of Tottenham Hotspur?
Yeah, that's why me and Simos go at each other.
It's on the monitor. It's on the plate next to you. The Nextra logo.
I do a lot of football streams.
It's like a merchandise shop.
Yeah, I do a lot of football streaming. So it's on my hat. It's everywhere. Tottenham till I die.
Yeah, see, I'll never get that. You got 22 guys fighting over a ball when they get paid enough to buy their own ball. I don't get it.
It's amazing. It's a beautiful game. Beautiful game.
I figured out I'm not into sports because I'm not competitive. But to stand outside yourself and see, for some people, winning is everything. So that's why sports are so big. Not to mention, you get to claim a victory without actually taking part in it. To say we won. If you root for a team, you say we won. You feel like you did something, even though you were not there.
And by cheering our team up.
And apart from the British football supporters and the Dutch football supporters, it's a safe way of winning. Never mind that the supporters are killing each other when their team lost, but that's all good fun, right?
Not so much anymore.
bar fights and riots start from American football too. It's terrible.
Oh, it's not even close,
close.
to what
Not
what
even
happens
close.
in Europe.
So we have a city that never won a championship. It's called Philadelphia, and when they finally did, there were riots that destroyed their own city because they won. That's how excited they were.
We're
That
talking
is
murders on a weekly basis.
yes. We're talking about destroying city on a weekly basis, but including murder and maiming.
Yeah, you can get murdered and maimed for wearing the wrong sports memorabilia.
We're talking
Over
weekly.
here,
Now.
at least.
Weekly.
And okay, speaking of weekly fun and burning, Peter, theism
Okay.
versus atheism, which has a better moral foundation?
And this is going to be rough on the theists. I still think that it is secular humanism or atheism, if you will. Because if you are taking your morality from someone else, you are just following orders. It's not morality. It doesn't make you moral or immoral. It makes you amoral. And that is why we need to we're still working on our morality. We're not done. There are a lot of things that we can improve on. We shouldn't lock people up because they like smoking weed, for instance. We shouldn't lock people up because they grow weed. There are a lot of things that we can do better on. There so many things. We shouldn't lock people up for simple crimes. There's a better way to do that. You can educate people so they can get a better life for themselves and don't need to resort to crime. So there's a lot of things that we can still work on, but I think on average that secular humanism does a better job than any religion that I've ever heard of. That's my rant.
Oh. Woohoo! That's your midnight ranting.
That's my rant.
Okay. So Martin, did you have any final thoughts for us on tonight's midnight ranting, theism versus atheism, which has a better moral foundation?
No, I got nothing to add other than the lack
That's
of
okay.
definition still sucks.
True theism. That's what he's saying. Yeah, it was nice to have you. And okay,
I have to ask,
Ronald?
Amy. I have to ask: is James practicing with a lightsaber?
Yes, he is. Oh, do you
It sounds like that.
Well, is there a?
We're both having issues tonight, James.
So Aunt Jur is asking if you're aware of black non-believers.
Yeah, I'm aware of black unbelievers. I think Mandisa Thomas heads that organization up.
I know Mandisa. She's awesome. Or at least I've seen her on experience.
Yeah, I am. She has a group on Facebook. I'm a part of, but that's kind of to the extent where I am involved with them. I think they're in a different city or state or something. But yeah, I'm very familiar with that organization.
Jay, are you on Twitter?
I am not on Twitter. I'm on Facebook, but I was thinking about starting a Twitter account. Seems like I missed a lot.
If you start a Twitter account, follow Robert Reed. He's our token black person on the show. He's I think one of my best friends online. He's my favorite co-host. And if you don't follow Robert Reed, I don't know what you're doing with your life. And he's going to be on Truth Wanted soon.
Okay.
He's
Okay.
been asked.
I will do that. I just typed the name Robert Reed. Okay. Is he a part of any organization or anything?
He's part of the Gonna Go For It channel, which is the channel that I started, and which is now a group effort. And
okay,
Robert is one of the older members. We met on a Christian channel, and pretty much hit it off there. And as I said, he's my favorite co-host, because if we are going to have a show, we're going to have a guest on, I can start a question, Robert can finish it, and vice versa. It's we're that alike, and he's a great guy. And just ask Amy about Robert.
Robert is an amazing guy and an awesome debater.
Exactly.
And a mensch, like all the people on.
And he does 2-minute rants on Twitter. I still haven't figured out how to do that. He can do it. He does 2-minute rants.
And wait, when you say Mitch, are you like describing a type of personality like Chad or Karen?
A mensch? A mensch is like
that's a Hebrew word. Never mind.
Yeah, it's Yiddish.
Yes.
Or whatever. That's like the only Jewish left in me.
I thought you say put 'em. When I made a sad face, you're like, look at this put 'em.
Yeah, I say like I kiss my cat, and I say, oh, I kissed your Kepala, just like all the other stuff my parents said to me.
No, I thought you said he was a Mitch.
A Mitch. No, a mensch.
Like, a mensch, yeah. I don't even know what the hell that is.
It's a person with integrity.
Ah.
Yeah, basically.
Sometimes used in a derogatory sense, like to say like you're a goody two shoes.
Yeah, like nobody likes a martyr, something like that.
It's kind of like you're a scholar and a gentleman type of saying, right?
Oh, Brian's back.
Woohoo! We have Brian. We have Oz. We got the whole.
Welcome back, Brian.
Gang in town.
I still have a question for. I have a question for Oz. Oz, I forgot to email you. Do you still have a spot free, or is everything filled?
Still email me. There might be one. I forget. I'll have to look in the morning.
Yeah, as a moderator, not as a debater, but as a moderator.
As a moderator, I think definitely I have a spot.
Hey, Will, do you have a channel?
I'll email you later.
Okay.
I don't have a channel in this space.
Okay.
Yeah, where is your channel?
Well, it's my company, Doomsday Tackle Company. It's a bass fishing channel. So if you like bass fishing,
he doesn't have YouTube. He has ThemeTube.
I do have YouTube, but it's for my company's page and stuff like that. So I do streams on there sometimes, and yeah, but it's not anything debate related or soccer related. And then I go on a bunch of different Tottenham football channels. So religion and politics is just my part-time hobby.
See, I stick to the religion and science. Politics gets me in murky, gets everybody in murky water. And okay, Brian, you were able to rejoin. How are you? Your midnight ranting for tonight. We've been talking theism versus atheism. Which has a better moral foundation?
To me, I'm still stuck with God, because like even the slavery in the Bible, if we obey God, there would be no slavery, there would be no wars, there'd just be peace.
God commanded wars
and slavery.
But that was from fallen men going their own way. It wasn't like God set us up to own slaves.
If you believe the story of Adam and Eve, yeah.
No. Hold up. God commanded for Abraham to go kill Isaac.
He didn't kill Isaac.
But he commanded him to.
But Yeah, that's
knowing that he wouldn't go through with it.
Yeah.
Oz, you got your email.
So he did it knowing he wouldn't go through it with it. So he's either a narcissist or a psychopath or both.
Yeah, or dishonest.
Hold on, I'll give you your time, Brian. I'll give you your time back. Just give me a sec.
No problem.
Yeah. By the way, Brian, thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
I know you had a pretty hard time of it, and you know, I want to congratulate you on hanging in there through that, because you know, I mean, we all get it from time to time, and it's never easy. So good job.
It's your initiation.
Deserves
My
to be
first time
said.
here, I went through it too. So.
And I will not calling each other names and whatever else, because I don't have a lot of answers for everything, but especially in America, like God even calls us to love our enemies and to be like that. And in America, we're never going to be able to withstand unless if we get along, even like we are on this channel with so many different worldviews. Like, we need this.
And lacks of worldviews.
This is what happens when you have mostly atheists on a channel.
Oh yeah, in general, yeah. If you've got a group that's mostly atheists, you generally got a group with a whole lot of different worldviews, and most of which are well, the vast majority of each of those worldviews is usually just they view the world, you know. But the things that are other than that, yeah, they're almost bound to be different, because there's endless possibilities, and theism doesn't have anything to do with most of them.
There's a reason why I called our atheist show "Herding Cats."
Yeah.
That probably sums it up.
Yeah, we are kind of.
Yes.
And so
yes.
I'm
not
gonna
to be confused with hurting cats, by the way.
No. We don't hurt cats in the process. So we do have cowboys rounding them up in the intro, but that's pretty much it.
No cats were harmed in the production of Herding Cats.
Nope. And so I'm in the process of planning a show, and Amy is going to be my co-host for that one. I'll be talking with along with Amy to Katie Montgomery,
It was awesome.
who is awesome.
When is that going to be?
I need to figure out. So Katie has been really busy lately, and she asked me to just give her a little bit of time to set up to come up with a date and time. But once we've got a date and a time, I will announce it on Twitter. I'm pretty sure Amy will let you know on here and on Discord. So just keep an eye out.
I would like to address something that Brian had said earlier that just kind of went by, and I don't think anybody mentioned anything about it. Would that be all right?
Can it be in your closer?
Sure, it can be.
Sure. So I'm just gonna give it, and I will say, Brian, I know you get a lot of tough love, but don't mind it, especially Oz. Oz is an awesome man, and he asks great questions.
Oz is
but
a
with
teddy
that
bear.
said, exactly. Okay, Brian.
Yeah, I think everybody respected me. They had different views, and I didn't think I was attacked at all, honestly.
We just want to make sure.
Oh, just wanted to make sure. And so you're doing Midnight Ranting, Theism versus Atheism, which has a better moral foundation?
I'm sticking with God just because my life story and the way I view the world. And
Do you know which God?
God. Jesus Christ.
Fair enough.
Hey, Brian, I really do hope you come back, because I think we have very similar stories, but we ended up in completely different directions. So I would love to have some discourse with you one of these days.
For sure.
Same for me, by the way.
Come on.
And so, Donald, I'm going to hand it over to you. You wanted to say something? So,
Yeah,
what's
well,
on your mind?
Brian had made a point, and I don't know if I can quote his exact wording. He's free to jump in and correct me or whatever. But he had said something to the effect of, that for what he was saying, the point he was trying to make didn't actually even require God to be real, to exist. That it wasn't about that. And I think I really understand where it's coming from, because here's the thing. He's talking about things, and it's cherry picked, granted. He's talking about things that he found in the Bible that, if you did these things, if you followed these things, the world would be a better place. And yeah, if you throw out the bad parts of the Bible and you keep the good parts, it could be a very helpful book. Sadly, it's generally sold with all the bad parts still in it. But if the same things had been found in a different religion, if he had, for example, been raised in India and around people who attribute such things maybe to Krishna or to Vishnu or whatever, then he would be making the same argument for those gods instead of for Jesus Christ, and saying, well, if we just did what this other God says, we'd be better off. And
I was an atheist. I was basically an atheist till I was 33, until I saw God. And then even when I believed in Christianity, I had to navigate through all the different sects. And I agree, like, the Muslim book teaches good things and bad things. God never commanded us to do bad stuff. Like, bad stuff happened, and then there was a reaction.
But if you read the whole Bible, yeah, that's in there too.
Love your neighbor. Like, you're not going to enslave your neighbor if you love them. Like, that was
right. Love your neighbor, but hate your family.
No.
Yeah, that's Jesus. Love your neighbor, but hate your family.
Honor your parents.
Hate your family and hate yourself.
I mean, you can
honor your family, honor your parents, yeah, but hate them.
No, if they don't. You're still called to love them. You're supposed to hate them compared to how much you love God. You're supposed
then you probably should have put it more in that way, instead of just saying that you have to hate them and not, putting any qualifiers in there. Again, you might notice I'm kind of big on the whole using qualifiers.
He did state it. Like,
they would just say the people that was addressed to got it. They knew what he was saying.
Yeah. But the thing is, who it was addressed to doesn't change the fact that it's been passed down to people that it wasn't addressed to, and then they have to interpret it as well. So clearer communication would have been a good thing.
Christians aren't running around hating their parents. So.
A lot of them are, actually. And some of them partially because Jesus said to.
Donald, let me help you out. Luke 14:26. If anyone comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, even their own life, such a person cannot be my disciple.
Yeah. That is loving God with every part of you, putting God over everything. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's
you won't be able to become a Christian. And
putting God over everything doesn't mean you have to hate anybody or anything. So I would disagree with that. But let me say something though about what you were saying about it not requiring God. Here's the thing. If you put an image of God up, whether it's an image as in like a painting of some artist's depiction or a description of God or whatever the case might be, the vast majority of theists in the world will not recognize that as God. Yep. No matter which one you pick. The vast majority of theists.
Deep down we know right from wrong.
And I agree with you, and that's what I was going to get.
White old guy with long white hair.
That was a great closing statement.
That's exactly what I wanted to get at. That if you use theism as your foundation for your morals, then you end up having to either end up having to either cherry pick it or accept all the bad with the good.
It's not a hold on. I got to call you out on that because. You
give me a minute.
Falsified the text. That's not what it says. It doesn't say hate your parents. The text does not say hate your parents.
It does.
I literally so
you just read it word for word.
Yeah, choose your version.
ESV.
English Standard Version.
Yeah.
If anyone comes to me and does not hate his own father and mother and wife and children and brothers and sisters, yes, and even his own life, he cannot be his disciple. Luke 14:26 English Standard Version.
NLT.
Okay, so we're through that, right?
I would actually disagree with that interpretation, because just because of being a part of the being a part of the church, that was always interpreted just in within my context as the love for Christ or love for God should make the love for your parents look like hatred. So
I'm literally looking at all versions. Every single version has the word hate in there. So it's not.
Yeah, you can apologetics it away.
It's not an interpretation.
Matthew, that same statement in Matthew uses different language.
Everybody, can I jump in real quick? Can I jump in? So most of the texts you're going to read are going to refer to the word hate. That's just going to happen. And this is the problem we have with Christianity, is there are so many texts and there are so many quote unquote interpretations that nobody knows. You can read it. Like we could have all of us right now, 10 of us, whatever, right here. And we could read Genesis 1, John 3:16, Romans 12:2, Corinthians 13:10. Like we could read all those and have 10 different ways of interpreting that scripture. And that's the issue, is nobody actually knows what is true. Nobody knows what's true.
This is part of the point I was trying to get at.
And on top of that, we don't have any originals, so we have no clue what it said in the original text.
Yeah, which we should have, because God should be able to come just write his own version right now.
Well, and like a great example that I always like to use is, and your apologists, they hate this argument, but it's one that is a splinter. It's a splinter. Is the word Alma when we're talking about the virgin birth? They're like, well, no, this, and no, this, that. Well, no, you can only, it's either one interpretation or 1,000. Like we have to be able to divide what is correct and what is incorrect. And if we can't do that, then it is 100% open to interpretation.
There's lots of other scriptures referring to it.
Could I offer a quick scripture that I always viewed as pretty problematic? Exodus 22:18, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. I think that has pretty material implications rather than other scriptures that is commonly interpreted to mean one thing or another. This particular scripture, I mean, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. So basically, kill witches.
Yeah, basically kill witches.
Yeah,
So I think this and it's up to humans then to determine who is a witch, not God. God isn't saying, "Oh, that's a witch." Zap! Now that witch is dead. No, the Bible is saying gods have to, or humans have to do that. They've got out of it.
But even with that scripture, though I agree, even with that scripture, we're just showing that we have a basket full of scriptures we can go to and say, no, we just don't have a correct depiction or revelation or translation or any of those things. We don't have those things. So how in the world can anyone claim, and this is coming from a former 30-year Christian, how can anyone claim that this is the way, that the Jesus or the God of this book is the way, the truth, and the life, when nobody can get it right?
Yeah, nobody even knows what was actually said.
They can't get it right.
When you were
Matthew 10:34. Peter, can you read us Matthew
what's that, Brian?
10:34?
When you were
I hear Brian saying something.
Brian's not very loud, so Brian, if you can get a little closer to your mic, it'll help. But go ahead.
When you were a Christian for 30 years, like when you were really pressing in and drawing near to God, could you tell a difference?
Tell a difference between what?
Like God's got a promise. Like if you draw near to God, God will draw near to you. In my life, like when I was fasting and doing stuff, like God was way more real in my life. I was just curious if you witnessed that.
Right.
So you're talking about being more convinced.
Dak, hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
So to answer your question, I'll say yes, but hold on, I want to follow up on that. Yes, I did, but now what I found out that same pursuit or that same passion or that same drive that I have, like let's say for our channel, Amy knows this, others may here know this, but we have a debate tournament coming up on our channel this weekend. I'm giving that the same pursuit and passion and drive that I used to give that relationship with God, and I get the same benefits from that. I get the same feelings from that. That I'm accomplishing something. I'm helping other people. I'm helping other people be happy. I'm happy, and I'm affecting other people's lives. So I get that same. I get the same energy or that same brain reaction. That same brain chemical reaction as I would when I was quote unquote fasting or pressing after God.
I got the exact same thing, Oz, when
At
I
least
go
it's
on our
real.
channel and I have a
I
conversation. By the way,
Brain does.
Will asked me to read out a verse, Matthew 10:34.
Yeah, through 37.
Okay. Do not assume that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I have come to turn a man against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. A man's enemies will be the members of his own household.
Yeah, that's Jesus talking, by
anyone who loves his father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. Anyone who loves his son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me.
Right, it's the same speech from Luke, right?
Similar
language. Pretty much the same thing.
It's
the same.
It's the same but different.
Yeah,
it even has. So if you go on to 38, it says the exact same thing. And that's anyone who does not take up his cross and follow me is not worthy of me. That's also a follow up from the previous verse.
Yeah, it's a two different perceptions of the exact same conversation, right?
Yeah, Amy, for just for a moment, can you make me full screen?
Maybe.
Amy, can you make me full screen?
Sure. Give me 1 second, and then I have a question. I think for both the theists.
I never did get to my main point, by the way. Just saying.
So here's my favorite Bible, which is the 1634 King James version. It's highlighted. Bible. It's highlighted in the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt commit adultery. Just wanted to show you.
And that is in an actual published Bible. So
which you can find in Houston, opened on that particular page.
When did that happen? What Bible version released?
The year. Which year?
1634 King James Bible.
34.
And that's one hell of a typo.
King James is shit.
It is, yeah.
And so
there are several such known typos in various publications of the Bible, and that's the whole thing. The Bible is not immune to having errors in it, But
what? I thought it was inerrant.
The gist of it, though, you're going to have a hard time dismantling the whole gist of it.
Well, you can't dismantle the whole of it because the whole of it is made of a bunch of parts, and the parts include things that are true, like that. There's a sky, for example. I mean. But you also can't make sense of the whole thing at once.
The tiny problem is that the Bible is inerrant, but the parts that were written down by men can include errors, and that should have been in the Bible.
So that means it's not inerrant.
It's not inerrant.
So here's
story
the thing
doesn't change.
The story does not change. I agree. The story remains the same, but here's where it comes in, and most my brother's a pastor of an 800 member church, and he hates talk to me about this because I tell him the exact same thing. Whether you believe that the Bible is inerrant or not, whether you believe that it is God breathed or not, or it's just people recorded scriptures or whatever you want to call it. Faith. It comes down to faith, right? It comes down to faith. Faith according to your book, Hebrews was it either 1:11 or 11:1. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, evidence of things not seen. Faith
And you gain it from hearing the word.
Faith in and of itself is bullshit. And here's why I'll tell you faith is bullshit. Because
it's make-believe.
Faith can lead you to both true and untrue things. So therefore, faith is not a reliable pathway or a method to direct you to a true thing.
Yeah, you can
So
believe anything
when people tell me that, well, I believe it because of faith, then I already know that this is not a justified belief, and we've not really found a good reason to believe, because faith, I can have faith in anything. I can have faith in anything.
There's types of faith.
Well, Christians will go back to pistis. Well, pistis is still Hebrews. Pistis is still Hebrews. Faith, the substance of things, things hoped for, evidence of things not seen.
It's Koine Greek, not Hebrew.
I'm sorry, Greek, yeah, you're right. Greek's New Testament. You're right. But it still comes down to faith. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, evidence of things not seen. But just think of that scripture. If you take that and you don't comment on it tonight, you just take that and think about it the next couple of days. Substance of things hoped for, evidence of things not seen. Those things, to me, logically don't connect.
There's faith given to you by God and faith created by humans. It's different.
But substance of things hoped for is literally what make-believe is.
Correct. It also doesn't work. You can find examples of those two things. For example, the movement of leaves in a tree is evidence of wind. It's not faith. It's an evidence of a thing not seen.
So we're gonna let the theist respond, because there's been a lot of points.
It is literally evidence of things seen, Donald.
Statements, not closing arguments. Closing statements.
I never did get to my main point. Could I do that sometime, or?
Yeah.
Everybody, hold on. Amy, go. It's your channel. Go.
Here's the thing, though. There's been a lot of points, so I want to make sure.
But the main one that I was trying to speak to,
Dak, you'll have a chance. I'm not going to not let you have it. I won't let you not have it. But just because there was intermittent arguments, so just Will and Brian. Well, do you? See if you could hold on to just a second. Just Will, Brian.
Amy, he said sometime, so it's not necessarily today. Sometime.
But did you guys want to just say anything to anything that's just been said, and then we'll hand it back over to Donald?
Yeah. So I have something to say real quick. Mine's fast. God-given love and love from one human to another human is not the same. God-given faith and humanistic faith are not the same. God-given peace and humanistic peace are not the same. So to equivocate them is a fallacy.
No, it's not.
And for me, I don't just blindly have faith and stuff. Like, once I started reading the Bible and was a skeptic, then I got a revelation, and since then in my life, like, God's proven himself real over and over and over again. So it's not just, I'm not just like, oh, I hope it happens. You know, it's not just blind faith.
And so, Donald, you wanted to say, thank you so much, both Will and Brian. Donald, you wanted to say your main point, and then we're going to go to Oz, and then James, and then I'm just going to land it. So,
in response to Will, if I could just inject in there, if God-given love isn't the same thing as love, then God-given love isn't love. They should probably have a different word for it. At any rate, here's the thing.
They do.
Okay, well then they should probably use a different word for it, not call it love. Good.
Agape. There is different.
Any rate, then it's not God-given love. It's something else. That's my point. Any rate, here's the thing. The stuff that Brian was talking about that he takes as what God said. There's no way, well, specifically Jesus being his God, we've got no way to know if Jesus actually said that stuff. If we found some evidence that those particular things, and I'm not saying this is the case, it probably is, but just if it happened that we found evidence that those particular things had been said before the supposed lifetime of Jesus even came along, and that it apparently was copied into that, or maybe Jesus heard it from someone else and then said it, would you then have to take that person's word for what's good and what's not? I think what it really comes down to is, if you use theism as your basis for morality, then you're trapping yourself into saying whatever theism claims to be good is therefore good. We have an ability as human beings to be able to tell right from wrong, good from evil, or good from bad. We don't always get it right, but we agree with each other on what is good and what is not good a lot more than we agree with each other on what is God and what is not God. The God thing is really fuzzy. If we throw the God out of it and put good in its place, instead of doing the will of God, do the will of good. Instead of having theism be your foundation, have goodness be your foundation. I think you'll get a lot farther, and you won't have to cherry pick any of it. Instead of saying, well, goodness says to do this, but it's a bad thing, and goodness says to do that, and it's a good thing, so let's throw out the bad thing that goodness said to do. Goodness isn't saying what to do. It's something that we can recognize when we see it, and it's something that we can pretty easily define. And I think it's a lot better foundation than theism ever could be. What's that?
I agree.
Okay.
I said cut the whistling, whoever that is. That's just
Yeah, I mean, just put the flying spaghetti monster in there, and in place of Yahweh, or in place of Jesus, and just say, what if the flying spaghetti monster had said all that? Would you then have to worship the flying spaghetti monster? No, of course not. Would you have to believe the flying spaghetti monster is real? Of course not. Would you have to believe that you could not do good in your life unless you obey the flying spaghetti monster? No, of course not. As a matter of fact, if you happen to be doing the things that the flying spaghetti monster said you should do, that doesn't mean you're obeying the flying spaghetti monster. It might be pure coincidence.
Spaghetti monster, I'm so hungry.
And in the same sense, if you decided to do the things that you didn't know that your Bible was telling you to do, and then you found out your life got better because you did those things, and then you found out that the Bible ordered you to, you weren't obeying the Bible. You weren't obeying anybody in there. You were just doing the right thing because it was the right thing to do. And any religion could have pointed that out, and most of them will. They all agree with each other on a whole lot of good stuff. So okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Ramen.
I know that was long, but thank you.
That's okay. Thank you so very much, Donald.
I made the point well.
Yeah.
You send it home.
We have been Midnight Ranting on theism versus atheism. Which has a better moral foundation?
After
What are your thoughts?
that, I don't know if I have any thoughts left. I think all my thoughts got stolen from my brain. Was it Jay? Was it Jay? Was the one of the theists?
Will.
No, I'm
Brian.
Will and
Brian.
I'm not a theist.
Will Brian.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think it was Will then.
Brian was the one you were talking to earlier, Oz.
Right, but I think it was Will said something about tried to equate a fallacy to joy or peace or something like that.
That was faith, right? The difference between human faith and God-given faith. Yeah.
Thank you. I couldn't remember what it was. So
Moat and Bailey fallacy.
Yes. So, will you run through that for me one more time?
Yeah. So human faith, right? So the faith that you could have in something false that wasn't given to you by a God, a triomni God, right, is not equivalent to faith given to you by the triomni God. And to equate the two is a Moat and Bailey fallacy.
How would you ever know if anything was given to you by a triumphant God?
Dear fucking God, Dak.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead.
Jesus.
Him too.
So, him too. The Jesus. So to me, that would be and we can we can connect off here. We can go on. We can go on my channel one night and talk about this.
Anytime.
But to me, that's just that you're just pleading to authority there. Like it's because we can't get it, we just throw it to the God because it doesn't make sense to us. But as far as the what the topic was tonight, based on the debate tonight, first of all, I will say Skylar won tonight, and the dude evaded every single fucking question that was given to him. And yeah, and at the end of the day, this is not my this is a complete what's the word I want assertion on my part. This is not a this is my assertion. All the times I've been around atheists, and we've had to make what are the best decisions for humanity. What's good for humanity, what's good for the people around us. I feel like we've made the better decisions for those people versus my 30 years in theism, where it was always about the faith and what pushes the church further, what pushes the belief further. So that might even in itself be a a bullshit argument, but and yeah, that's where I'm at with that.
Okay. Well, thank you so very much, Oz.
Oh, and we do have the tournament Saturday.
And yes, in fact, everyone should go and watch as I knock a bottle
I'll be watching
over.
Oz. I'll be there.
Yes, watch you
the
knock the
big
bottle over.
debate. We're having it on two dual channels at once, right? It's going to be on Tart
Yes.
and then that other friendly channel, and then we're going to be going for the title. Someone's going to walk away with that awesome belt.
They'll get the belt and then $666.
Oh,
question.
yeah.
When I've heard it a few times tonight. Whenever you say a tri-omni God, I just want to make sure I got the omnis right. You mean omnipresent, omniscient, and is the third omnipotent, omniscient, and is the third omnipresent?
Yeah, omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient. So all-knowing, all-powerful, and everywhere.
Got it. Potent, present, science. Got it.
Where'd the omni be go?
Well, I mean, there are other attributes of God in there, but it's a tri. The tri is the three major characters, and then there are things that branch off of that into goodness and.
Yeah, it's a
benevolence
God.
is not a.
We can't even get that right. God,
omnibenevolence isn't considered part of that, but omnipotence implies omniscience.
Hey, Dak, God damn it, Dak, you and I just need to shut up because we don't know what we're talking about.
The fun part in all of this is that if God's omnipresent, then he's also the inventor of porn. Just saying.
Well, yeah.
And I want to read a Bible verse. Can I read a Bible verse? Amy, can I read one more Bible verse?
Do that, and then we're handing it off to James.
Yes. So after David, and this is 1 Samuel 18 for those who want to read along. After David had finished speaking with Saul, the souls of Jonathan and David were knit together, and Jonathan loved him as himself. And from that day Saul kept David with him and did not let him return to his father's house. Take from that whatever you want.
Yeah, that could be taken several ways.
How sweet the sound.
Praise
All right.
God. Where's
Praise
the Bible?
Jesus. Amazing. And okay.
Quick question
so,
for Brian, real
Sure.
quick. Brian, were you in the bathtub early in the conversation?
I've gone to the bathroom a couple times.
I wondered.
Or doing dishes.
And for those watching the show who haven't seen the Skeptic Bible Study show, if you want more tidbits like that, there's a good place to get them.
That's right. Come join our Skeptic Bible Study.
I almost forgot to turn my mic off when I flushed the toilet. All right, I turned my cam and my mic off when I went to the bathroom. But I almost forgot to turn it off before I flushed the toilet.
That's
Don't
okay.
do it, Gavin. Make sure it's off before you hop in the shower.
I'm a rookie.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
The camera or the mic?
Preferably both.
Preferably both.
And okay, so James, we've been midnight ranting, theism
Oh,
versus
we have.
atheism. Which has a better moral foundation?
Well, it was a really good discussion. We had lots of interesting people on, making lots of points. Morality, as far as I'm concerned, Christian morality is overall a dumpster fire, but that's all they really have to defend is their biblical morality. So
As long as it keeps
I
hobos
don't envy
warm.
them. I don't envy them, but yeah. I do admire their tenacity.
Could I
Lots of
ask?
tenacity.
Could I ask Brian something, just out of curiosity?
Sure.
Okay, Brian, if you don't want to answer this, that's okay. Just let me know. But I was just wondering if you came across a choice you had to make, and the scriptures that you looked into your Bible and you found scriptures that refer to it. If in your opinion, what the scriptures were indicating God wanted, or Jesus wanted you to do, if in your opinion that would be a bad thing to do you think it would be better if you chose to do what you thought was good, or what you thought was what God wanted?
Like personally, I think, like, to me, all God's commands, like, I don't need scripture for other people to agree that it's good.
Okay, let me put it a different way then. Let's say you didn't look it up in the Bible. Let's say you've got a decision to make, and and someone else tells you that God wants you to do a certain thing. God wants you to choose a certain way. You've got their word on it that God wants you to do it, and what they're telling you to do, in your opinion, is exactly the opposite of a good thing to do. That it's like the worst, most evil thing they could possibly ask you to do, and they're saying God wants you to do that. Do you think you should take their word for it and do what they're claiming God says you should do, or do you think you should do the thing that you, of your own understanding, see as the right thing to do?
Yeah, I would. There's tons of stuff I'd have to, or that. Somebody said,
Would you follow scripture over your own human instinct?
Yeah,
over your own morality.
That's the basic point I'm trying to get at is would you do what you believe to be wrong because the Bible says it's right?
And Brian, before you answer that question, you're going to have the last word of the night. I know you just said it. That's okay. You're going to say it one more time. So say it, and then I'm doing our outro.
Well, God asked someone to kill his son. If he asked you to do a thing like that.
No.
Okay.
We can talk
What's
on
that?
the after show. After the show, you can
Yeah,
ask him
or
if
we
he
could
wants
even
to
head
stay
to
on.
Discord.
He answers, but I
or
didn't hear him.
Discord, yeah.
At any rate,
If like
I'm
I've
muting me.
been in conversation with God and like have been, I might do it. I guess. Like if I wouldn't just somebody come up to me and tell me that God, like if I was in communication with God deeply, I'd probably do whatever he said.
Okay, to be continued for
I hope
many
you would.
more awesome conversations, and come join our Skeptic Bible study tomorrow. I hope you all had an awesome time on this episode of Midnight Ranting. Theism versus atheism, which has a better moral foundation, as the atheist and theist went toe-to-toe in the ethical ring. I want to thank James W., Mark Reed, Bible Burner, Will Stewart, Donald, Brian, Jamie Russell, Martin, Peter, Oz, Simos Funk, Jay Mixon, Stripper Liquor, Aunt Jer, God equals the square root of 1, KOC Randy, Neuro, Handsome Rick, Will, I said Will, Brian Zane, Thunder, LR, Hannah Anderson, Brandon, Pavel V, Sam Alvarado, Robert, Titan Uranus, Iron Charioteer, Wittershin, Ficknell, Agnostic Pagan Mom, Doc Fearsome, Stephanie Trenton, Haley, Magellan, Spooky Bedhair, Blaster Master, Jeff Soul, and anyone else who I forgot. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that all button icon so you can be part of our live streams, or come join our Discord for some fun memeing action. Finally, if you'd like to help make more awesome content or support the channel, feel free to check out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I'm Amy Newman. I'll see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z.
Tomorrow night at midnight.
Bye-bye.
Bible study.
Yep.